Almighty God, we, the representatives of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask you guide us in our decisions we make here today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, song, dance and law, and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, and those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect, and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Councillors, please be seated. I declare the meeting open. I remind all councillors of your obligations to declare prescribed and/or declarable conflicts of interest where relevant, and the requirement of such to remove yourself from the council chamber for debate and voting where applicable. Councillor Hutton, are there any apologies?
Yes, Chair. I move that Councillor McLaughlin will be absent from today's meeting, and I move that he have a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
We have an apology moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Mackay that Councillor McLaughlin be granted leave of absence for today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,713th Ordinary Meeting, 4,714th Budget Meeting and the 4,715th Special Meetings held on Tuesday the 13th of June 2023, Wednesday the 14th of June 2023 and Thursday the 22nd of June 2023 respectively, be taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the minutes of the 4,713th Ordinary Meeting, the 4,714th Budget Meeting and the 4,715th Special Meetings held on Tuesday the 13th of June 2023, Wednesday the 14th of June 2023 and Thursday the 22nd of June 2023 respectively, be received, taken and read as confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Councillors, question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Standards Committee, Councillor Marks. Councillor Marks, in the recent council budget, it was announced that from July 1, Council would slash the annual cost of a green recycling bin from $93 to $45. Can you update the Chamber on how this measure is benefiting Brisbane households and what has been the uptake on green bins since the scheme came into effect on the 1st of July?
Councillor Marks.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank Councillor Mackay for the question. So this initiative delivers on two key commitments of the Shrinner Council. It's helping Brisbane households with cost of living pressures and maintaining Brisbane's reputation as a clean, green and sustainable city. That's why slashing the annual cost of the green waste recycling bin fee by more than 50% was a key measure in our 23-24 budget. So from July 1, Brisbane residents have been able to purchase one of these bins for an annual cost of just $45 compared to the previous price of $93. This means it's costing less than $1 a week. Now, this wasn't a minor cost relief, but a bold measure that delivers real relief to Brisbane households at a time when many are struggling. Indeed, we expect to see the total savings for residents over the next 12 months to exceed $6.7 million. This is evident given what a phenomenal hit the new scheme has proven to be with Brisbane residents. In just the first month since this massive discount came into effect, almost 1,300 new green waste recycling bins have been ordered by Brisbane households. So for context, 452 green bins were ordered in July 22. This represents a threefold increase on the number of green bins ordered in the same period last year. in the same period. So the more than 1,300 new Brisbane households adopting a green bin adds to the 135,000 households that already have one. We're confident that this figure will only grow given the value for money it represents during the cost of living crisis. So slashing the green bin fees not only provides cost relief to Brisbane households, but it also encourages more residents to recycle. Brisbane already is Australia's cleanest and greenest capital city, but we're committed to always finding new initiatives to improve sustainability. Last year, more than 10,200 new green bins were ordered by residents keen to recycle, and this resulted in more than 36,000 tonnes of green waste recycled rather than ending up in landfill. I might add, as I always mention here, my husband was one of the first to get on the green bin wagon and he enjoys it. So green bin is this week, so he's out there this afternoon after work mowing the lawns, but he has to do dog duty first, just to FYI remind him. You've got to do that doggy thing first before you go mowing the lawns, otherwise it's not pretty. Another key point is that this fee reduction is permanent and doesn't come with a reduction in any other bin services. This measure comes from after the Trinity Council dropped the $30 establishment fee in 2019, which resulted in an additional 45,000 green waste recycling bins being adopted and an extra 7,000 tonnes of green waste being diverted from landfill each year. The Trinity Council team proven track record means that Brisbane residents can trust us to provide them with a cost-effective solution to make our city, great city, more sustainable. I'm happy to also give you a breakdown, Councillor Mackay, on what suburbs have seen the surge in bin uptake since 1st of July. So I can provide the following. Councillor Landers, you'll be pleased to know that Bracken Ridge is currently in first place with 40 bins ordered. I also note that Lord Mayor was out there this morning with a happy local resident who has just recently ordered a new green bin, potentially the 41st. Closely followed in second place by yourself, the Chair, Councillor Toomey at the Gap with 39 new bins green delivered. You'll have to go and get one yourself, so you make it 40. But it's not only this side of the chamber representing residents who have flocked to get a green bin. Both Brighton in Councillor Cassidy's ward and Forest Lake in Councillor Strunk's ward are tied in third place with 25 new green bins each. So it's great to see residents right across Brisbane taking advantage of this value for money scheme. So I can see those two councillors on the other side having a bin off and see who can get the most before the end of the financial year next year. So this is a practical measure that represents a genuine cost saving for households, and we'll see more green waste diverted from landfill. As we said, cutting the cost of green bins is just one element of Council's $80 million cost of living package announced in our recent budget. During a time of increased cost of living pressures, innovative solutions are required to help everyday Brisbane households feeling the financial pinch. So not only does this provide financial assistance, it also obviously has the added upside of providing a genuine environmental benefit. So as we've said, we always encourage residents to use the change of season as an opportunity to spring clean their green waste, such as grass clippings, palm fronds and garden trippings, by using their green waste bin. It's always also a good way to adequately prepare for storm season. I look forward to the green bin uptake only increasing in the coming months, and I strongly urge any Brisbane resident considering currently without a green bin, to take full advantage of this permanent fee reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Councillor Cassidy, you have a question.
Thanks very much, Chair. I would have a question for the Lord Mayor, but he's not here. So I'll direct this at Councillor Allen, the Chair of the City Planning and Sustainable Suburban Renewal Committee. So Councillor Allen, another week has gone by and another council is acting on the housing crisis facing South East Queensland. Peter Flannery, the Mayor of Moreton Bay, has said councils must pull on every lever available to them. He has announced that Moreton Bay Council will be working with housing providers by providing council-owned land to them. This is in addition to the $1 million in discounts given to affordable housing providers. We don't see any innovative approaches coming from this Conservative LNP council. Why doesn't your Lord Mayor want to act?
Councillor Allen.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to Councillor Cassidy for the question. It'd be fair to say that the Trinity Council is determined to ensure that Brisbane grows in a way that is managed and is sustainable, and that's reflected in the Brisbane Sustainable Growth Strategy. Now, Councillor Cassidy has consistently mentioned that Labor has a comprehensive plan to increase affordable housing supply. Well, the reality is they only appear to have one particular point of consideration, and that is the council should reduce fees and charges. Now, while we recognise that the community housing provider sector is a key sector for this city, and we will continue to support them, and in fact we already support them through application discounts, infrastructure charge rebates, and also we ensure that the applications that they submit are dealt with as efficiently as we possibly can. In addition, we provide them with rates rebates as well. So we are already supporting this sector and will continue to do so in whatever way we think is appropriate. Now, I think the fact that we are offering these sorts of support mechanisms for the community housing providers is evidence that we recognise they have a role to play. The issue, of course, is that they provide a relatively small proportion of the overall housing requirement for this city. And so we recognise that, and in the context of what Moreton Bay has done, sure, they've got a city that's got some greenfield capacity. Brisbane's an infill city. So what I'd be saying to Councillor Cassidy, which bushland or park assets does he think Brisbane City Council should be giving up in order to support housing? We don't have a significant amount of surplus land. But I'll tell you who does. The state government has swathes of land available across the city. They have land.
Just one moment, Councillor Allen. Your question was heard in silence. I think the courtesy should be extended to Councillor Allen to hear his response. Please continue.
So the state government, who has the responsibility for social housing and which they've walked away from for decades, and we've got to remember that social housing is the responsibility of state governments across this country. And the Labor Party have been in government in the state here in Queensland for most of the past 30 years. And over that period of time, they have consistently walked away from their obligations to provide social housing and left it to the community housing provider sector rather than pursue this obligation themselves. Now, as I said, we will continue to support the community housing provider sector. The state has swathes of land across this city that are zoned for housing, whether it's low density residential, low medium residential or emerging community. And in fact, the state's selling some of this land. They're actually selling it. So for Councillor Cassidy to come in here and say, look, we should replicate what Moreton Bay's doing, it ignores the fact that we're an infill city and they've got greenfield opportunities. It ignores the fact that the primary provider of housing across this city actually comes out of the private sector, not the community housing provider sector. But as I've said before, we're very, very happy to continue to support this particular sector. The other thing that I'd like to highlight is that we've got a great opportunity at Kurilpa to provide additional housing in lots of different forms. It'll be a mixture of social, affordable and private housing, and it really comes down to whether the state government has the desire to provide that housing over there. They have land over there that they could easily direct into social or affordable housing. So, look, it's great to compare us to Moreton Bay. We have a very different set of circumstances here. I think that, ultimately, we need to focus on who can deliver this. This is that the provision of social housing is something that both the federal and state government, in all their forms, have neglected over decades. And what we will do as a council is we will continue to provide latent supply. Now, the Brisbane City Plan already provides for up to 15 years of potential supply. There's 9 years worth of supply on DAs that have already been approved. So what has to happen here is the environment needs to be created to incentivise developers and builders to build
Councillor
new
Allen,
housing.
your time has expired. Are there further questions? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, we still have no certainty regarding the outcome of funding for projects like Beams Road upgrade. Can you please update the chamber on how crucial this road upgrade is and the impact to Brisbane ratepayers if the federal Labor government walks away from this project?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and can I thank Councillor Landis for her ongoing interest in this vital project. To assist Councillor's recollection, the Beams Road project is the four-laning of an existing two-lane road from just short of Lacey Road in Castledine to Handford Road in Tagum. It stands to benefit tens of thousands of motorists today across wards from Brackenridge to Deagon, Federal Seats, Petrie and Lilly. It is a necessary piece of work that will keep our road network moving. Importantly, it would also benefit public transport users through improved bus timetabling, and also improve the experience of rail users, and be able to build an active transport corridor as part of this project, which does not exist there today. These are the benefits that are proposed by this project. We, before the federal government launched their review, had already launched our tender process. We had sought tenderers to submit to build this project. Councillors should recall that the process was amended so that more tenderers could submit. More tenderers did submit. We've got better pricing. This is to the best interests of the residents of Brisbane, in particular the north side. However, the federal government, the federal government's decision to pause all decisions around funding, including ones that were already made, commitments already made, has in a lot of ways put a huge question mark over the deliverability of this project, and really does put this and many like projects under question, under threat. I think it's important that we take a moment to reflect. Council is ready to sign a contract now. We are merely hanging on the federal government's consent to release the grant that they'd already proposed. Now, this current federal government, when they were the opposition, were highly critical of a grants program called the Urban Congestion Fund, which was designed to improve transport systems in cities. They called it hyper-political and hyper-partisan and cynical. Well, I would submit to you, Mr Chair, that it's deeply cynical by the current government, the Albanese government, to put these projects under threat just because they didn't think of it. This project materially benefits so many people, and we are calling on them to advise us early, before the conclusion of the review, that Beams Road is ready to go. Or conversely, please advise us if they have no intention of providing the funding. We need some clarity about this, and we need to know whether they are proposing to cancel the project or whether they're proposing to allow us to proceed to fund the project, whether they're going to fund the project to allow us to proceed. It really is that simple. Now, while I suppose at face value you could accept a 90-day review for clarity, the items inside the review were meant to be projects yet to begin. However, the Beams Road project had detailed design complete, land resumptions complete, the movement of underground services, the purchase of significant drainage infrastructure in preparation so that it wouldn't affect the critical pathway of delivery. And so here we are. And we had gone to tender on the understanding that the federal government would honour their commitment. Well, we wait here now, some months later, unclear about whether they will keep their commitment, unclear about whether the money already expended by council, which is the millions, it now exceeds $10 million, whether the money expended by council will have to be will be lost. Or money that could have been spent on other projects elsewhere. We really need to know this information as soon as possible. Now, I appreciate, and I saw on the weekend's media that the federal government, in particular the minister, is prepared to consider it earlier, and I am very grateful for that, but we're yet to get the advice. We're yet to get the advice. Now, the advice I had over the weekend is that our tender, the tender quote, the tender price expires on the 7th of August. The advice we've received from the federal government is they will inform us whether they will proceed with the project on the 14th of August. What that means is that if we have to go to tender again, the price will be greater, the time will be longer, and the project may even may be totally cancelled at the whim of this federal government.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. It's taken years for the Deputy Mayor and the Councillor for Coorparoo Ward to stop playing politics with the lives of koalas in Whites Hill and concede they stuffed up the speed limit review on Boundary Road at Camp Hill. The Lord Mayor and Councillors Adams and Cunningham now seem to claim that koalas are safe, with cars travelling 60 kilometres an hour. Do you think we will still see...
Just one moment, Councillor Collier. Point of order, Councillor
Mr Chair, just in accordance with the meeting's local law, questions should be asked succinctly and without preamble.
Thank you.
Could you please rule?
Thank you, Councillor Owen. I believe Councillor Collier was just about to ask her question. Can you please continue?
Thank you, Chair. The Lord Mayor and Councillors Adams and Cunningham now seem to claim koalas are safe, with cars travelling 60 kilometres an hour. Do you think we will still see koalas killed on this stretch of road?
Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you very much. Mr Chair, and I thank the councillor for the question. Can I congratulate Councillor Cunningham and the Deputy Mayor for their advocacy over a great many years in order to get a speed reduction. And the councillor, whilst is new to this chamber, would be fully aware that council for many years was restricted in being able to look at reducing the speed limit because of the state government regulations. In recent times, though, there seems to have been a bit of a change of heart by the Transport Minister, who indicated that, in fact, council could change speed limits at their whim, which was quite surprising, given that there was plenty of time before that for the Minister to make a move. And it was only because the Deputy Mayor instigated a petition that meant where 4,000 people signed the petition in order to reduce the speed limit. So finally, after 5 years of lobbying, the Minister, who has seen the light now apparently, he has been forced to update his out-of-touch guidelines for the speed limit reviews to include wildlife as a consideration for speed limit reviews, because prior to that, wildlife did not count. When there was assessment of a change of speed limit, wildlife hits were not included in that assessment. So I would say congratulations again to both Councillor Cunningham and the Deputy Mayor, who care deeply about the wildlife in their local areas, particularly the koalas in Whites Hill, who are always advocating on behalf of the community who do care about these iconic creatures. I do welcome the...
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Just on relevance, the question was whether Councillor Davis thought that koalas would still be killed on that stretch of road. So just ask whether you can bring it back to the question, please.
Thank you. There's plenty of time for Councillor Davis to remain answering that question. Councillor Davis, you got the call.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr Chair. I think it's really important that that I read the response from Minister Bailey regarding the speed review. In response to the request from petitioners to amend the technical guidance related to speed limit setting, proposed changes to specifically identified wildlife as a valid consideration will be included in section 7.19 of the QRSTUV GSM. These changes are proposed to occur on the 31st of July 2023. While there will be no change to the speed limit setting process itself, or the responsibilities of a registered engineer, the proposed wording below will highlight wildlife as a valid consideration in the relevant circumstances. 7.19 other circumstances. It is noted that the previous sections call out other considerations that are often found on the road network. The list should not be taken as an exhaustive list of other considerations, and the engineer should consider if there are other circumstances that exist that should be taken into consideration. Speed management activities can be employed to support or encourage lower speeds that are implemented as part of Stage 6, other considerations of the speed limit review process. Where there is wildlife activity on the road, or areas around hospitals or public transport routes or stops. I trust that this information is of assistance. Well, it is a little bit of assistance, but 5 years late. We are pleased that there is a way forward. Council has invested in a number of wildlife movement solutions along Boundary Road. We built the very first koala bridge across Boundary Road. We installed koala climb-out ladders along Boundary Road.
Point of order,
We've
Chair.
installed wildlife...
Point of order, Councillor
On
Cassidy.
relevance, Chair, the question was whether Councillor Davis believed koalas would still be killed on that stretch of road, now being 60 k's an hour.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Davis,
thank you very much.
You've got roughly about 45 seconds left.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's really important, Mr Chair, to understand that the work that we are undertaking, given that it is the state government that is responsible for setting the speed limit along Boundary Road. We've also installed wildlife road markings. We've funded location-specific koala research. We've installed permanent wildlife signage. We've built wildlife fencing, and we've introduced site-specific variable message signs, which are currently up and in operation and will continue to be utilised during the breeding season. Mr Chair, the two councillors, Councillor Cunningham and the Deputy Mayor, will continue to advocate on behalf of the communities in support of protecting our iconic koala species.
Has expired. Further questions? Further questions? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, can you please update the chamber on what initiatives have been implemented to improve bus driver safety and what the state government could do to actually assist further on this issue?
Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Owen for the question. I know Councillor Owen has a great personal interest in this issue, and she's a great advocate for bus drivers, both in her community and around the city. Look, as you know, Chair, Brisbane City Council is the largest bus operator in the country, and as the city's major provider of public transport, we are absolutely committed to the safety of our staff and residents. Earlier this year, we became aware that bus drivers were reporting an increase in safety incidents on some specific bus routes. Most of these incidents have involved youths, young people, yelling, verbally abusing bus drivers and passengers, spitting, throwing and smashing objects, as well as the usual fare evasion. Youth crime has now become more noticeable on our streets, in our shopping centres and right across our communities. Data revealed just last month, Chair, tells us you are more likely to be a victim of crime in Queensland than anywhere else in the country. There were over 200,000 victims of crime last year in Queensland, a 15% increase on the previous year, a 15% increase.
Point of order.
Now, I think...
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Point of order. Councillor Johnson.
I understand Councillor Murphy desperately does not want to be a Brisbane City Councillor and would rather be a state member. Yes. The question was about bus driver safety, and it'd be great if we could draw him back to some actual steps to address bus driver safety.
Councillor Murphy, you have about 3.5 minutes left.
So we know, Chair, that there's no doubt that the Labor state government have let us down. They've failed to keep Queenslanders safe in their own homes, in their own communities, but they're also failing to keep bus drivers and the travelling public safe as well.
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy.
Just to be clear, I don't think it is a response to my point of order for you just to say to Councillor Murphy, you have 3 minutes left remaining. So I'd appreciate it if you can address my point of order, which is about relevance to the question.
I believe Councillor Murphy is answering the question. He has plenty of time left to do so, and I'm pretty sure he heard you ask for relevance. So thank you. Councillor Murphy, you've got the call. I know I'm the... Councillor Collier, this is the first meeting of the session. If you want to start telling me how to chair this meeting, you will be reprimanded. Is that clear? Is that clear? Thank you. Councillor Johnson, do not test my patience. Councillor Murphy, you have the call.
Chair, those opposite will tell you that it's our responsibility to make the network safe. They'll tell you that this administration has let people down, but Chair, it doesn't pass the pub test. Is it Brisbane City Council's job now to fight crime in our state? Is policing and justice a core responsibility of the state government? Of course it is. On the public transport network, TransLink employs senior network officers or SNOs to patrol buses, trains, trams and ferries. Senior network officers have special powers and authorities that allow them to issue fines, detain offenders and take people's details. They're the ones who can handcuff and search passengers, something our bus drivers cannot and should not be doing. They are effectively transit police, and anyone who catches a train will know that SNOs regularly patrol trains to prevent fare evasion and increase safety. But if you ever do catch a train, you'll find that seeing a SNO is getting harder and harder each day. And why is that, Chair? Because there are fewer and fewer of them each year.
Point of order.
We know...
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Again, trains are run by the state government and
I don't uphold your point of order. Please resume your seat.
I'd like
Councillor
to make
Murphy,
my point of order, if that's okay.
You can resume your seat because I do not uphold your point of order.
But you haven't let me make it.
Well, you should be succinct. What is your point of order?
Mr Chair, you do realise your behaviour in this chamber is reviewable.
Yes.
So may I please...
Councillors, councillors, can we at least hear what Councillor Johnson has to say? Councillor Johnson.
All I would appreciate, Mr Chair, being new to the role permanently now, is the opportunity to make my point of order. You cut me off after about 3 words, and I don't think it's unreasonable to be allowed to make a point of order before you rule on it.
Councillor Johnson, normally when you rise, you say point of order, you rise to your seat, you say on relevant, and then speak. That has been what has been done in this place.
No, it hasn't.
Then please resume your seat.
All right, are you saying, hang on, just to be clear then, point of order, Mr Chair.
Certainly.
You're saying that they are the only words you are allowed to say from now on?
No, that is not what I said, and you
Right.
can review the minutes and have a look at what I said exactly.
Then, back to my point of order, Mr Chair, which is I would appreciate the opportunity to make my point of order before you rule on it. Is that a reasonable request, please?
What would your point of order like to be, Councillor
My
Johnson?
point of order is Councillor Murphy's talking about trains. The question was about bus driver safety, and it's not relevant.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Just one moment, Councillor Owen. We are to deal with one point of order at a time. I do not uphold your point of order, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Murphy was addressing the question. Your point of order, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just to confirm, my question contained what the state government could do to assist further on this issue, just for clarity.
Thank you. And I don't uphold your point of order, but Councillor Murphy, you were answering the question. Can you please continue? Thank you, Councillor Murphy.
Look, but even if you do catch a train, finding a SNO is getting harder and harder. Why? Because there's fewer of them every year, Mr Chair, as I was saying before. Now, we know from the Minister's own data, across the entire state, there are usually around 60 SNOs employed by TransLink, 60 for the entire state. Now, that is one senior network officer for 90,000 Queensland residents. So one SNO for every 1.3 million bus trips that's taken in the city. Now, with numbers like that, Mr Chair, it's no surprise that sighting a SNO on a bus in Brisbane is a rare event. But our bus drivers desperately want to see them. Our commuters desperately want to see them, and so do we here in the council. We've been calling on the state government to provide more senior network officers across our bus network on a permanent basis for many years. And in January, we finally saw a response to those calls, or so we thought. Minister Bailey then announced he would invest $60.7 million, an eye-watering amount over 5 years, to employ more officers to patrol public transport. But despite announcing extra funds to make our public transport safer, Today, we actually have fewer snows than we did before, not more. We had 60 snows. The Minister committed to increase those numbers above 70. Today, we've gone backwards to 40. We have 40 snows across the entire state. That is a disgrace, Chair. And Chair, this is only the latest announcement. There are dozens of announcements from Minister Bailey over the years where he coulda, shoulda, woulda, fixed the issue of bus driver safety. You know, classic Labor, Chair. They'll throw more money at the problem, but it actually doesn't get any better. It gets worse. But what will happen next is there'll be a new media release from Mark Bailey saying they're throwing some more money at it to fix the problem. But the numbers don't lie. We're going backwards in this state when it comes to bus driver safety. But you will not hear anything from those opposite when it comes to bus driver safety in the state government. They will not say a word about Minister Bailey, who actually gets RTBU quotes in his releases, praising him for these great announcements, all the while less snows employed than ever before. Chair, it is an absolute disgrace, and we will continue to call on Minister Bailey to do the right thing. No more media releases, Mr Bailey. Just employ more snows. Employ more.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Yes, my question also was going to be to the Lord Mayor, but probably it should go to Councillor Wines. In response to a koala death on Boundary Road, Camp Hill, Council directly lowered the speed limit. But on Venner Road, Annerley, where Dr Jeff Copeland died, Council refused to lower the speed limit. Why is taking action in response to a koala death more important than a person's death to you?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to Councillor Johnston for her question. There are two parts to the question, so I'll begin by saying how grateful this council is that the Minister finally moved on this issue of koala safety. That he had to be...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
My question is about why Council lowered the speed limit.
So your point of order is on
yes, it is.
Relevance, thank you.
Why did Council directly lower the speed limit, and why is taking action on koala death more important than a person's death? It's not about the state.
Sure. How about we give Councillor Wines some time to answer the question? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Like I say, the way I heard the question was in two clear parts. There was a component regarding Boundary Road and a component regarding Venner Road, and so I was just addressing the Boundary Road component of the question first. That the Minister, that speed limit reductions are something we've discussed here quite a bit, and these issues are concomitant in that way. It's about a speed limit review process, it's about road use, it's about road markings, road speeds, and then infrastructure within a road to affect behaviour. So council's engineers must comply with the MUTCD. The MUTCD, the Manual Uniform and Traffic Control Devices, dictates what can and can't, what signs can and can't be used, what are the specifics of the line of sight, the specifics around how certain roads are to be built and certain behaviours conducted. Council then reviews the speed limit, which is where we talk about Boundary Road. Council must use a process called the speed limit review process. All councillors and all members of the public can get what I had hoped to be a one-pager about how it works. It's a three-pager on how the system works, but it's on the website, so you can understand how the speed limit review process works. In the speed limit review process, Council must undertake an evaluation of the length of road to determine whether a change to the speed limit may be required.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
My question is on relevance. That process has not unfolded, and that's what Councillor Adams has publicly said. So my question was, why did Council directly lower the speed limit on Boundary Road, Camp Hill, but not on Venner Road, Annerley?
Councillor Wines, Councillor Wines, can I draw you back to the question, please? Thank you.
Of course. Yep. So the question is about Council's decisions around Boundary Road and then Council's work around Venner Road. So I was addressing firstly the Boundary Road component, then the process, and then I was going to speak to Venner Road because there is quite a length of time available to councillors to respond. So I just want to take a moment around the process of the speed limit review and then the process of a review. Now,
Point of order, Mr Chairman.
Point of order,
Relevance.
Councillor Johnson.
My question is about why council directly lowered the speed limit on Boundary Road, Camp Hill, but not on Venner Road. So, and Councillor Wines is telling us all about a process, but the relevance to this question is, why did council take action in response to a koala death, which was more important than a person's death? Council's directly lowered the speed limit.
Councillor Johnson, I believe Councillor Wines is answering the question by providing information around the process. Councillor Wines, you've got the call.
This is not the process, though. Thank you, Mr Chair. And can I just say, the council, so let's address the central question. I value human life at the highest level, right? So let's make that statement right now. And I think all fatalities should be, all preventable fatalities should not occur, particularly on our roads. And I and our committee and our council subscribe to the whole range of safety measures. We spend a huge sum of money and even more effort to try and make our roads as safe as possible. And there have been a range of efforts done by this council and by the state government and even the federal government to address safety issues on our roads. Motor vehicles are powerful, they are not always controlled well, and sometimes fatalities occur. And for that, I am always sad and I'm always sorry. But motor vehicles can, when used incorrectly, lead to loss of life. Now, I don't, where that can be removed, where it can be engineered away.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Are there any further questions? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, last Thursday night, Suncorp Stadium hosted a packed crowd, watched by millions across the globe for the FIFA 2023 Women's World Cup match between the Matildas and Nigeria. Thankfully, last night was much better. Can you please update the chamber on the benefits of hosting major events of this nature and how it supports Brisbane's local economy?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hutton, another die-hard sports supporter, for the question. And we only had just heard in committee this morning that more than 40% of those businesses that we surveyed after COVID wanted, in the support from council, a new drive into the economy to help their businesses become stronger. And this is exactly the type of events that brings that drive into the economy. We're very excited that Brisbane got to witness the Matildas last week. We're very disappointed it wasn't the best outcome, but we're very excited that they are still in the game after last night as well. This is the biggest women's sporting event in the world, and it is the biggest international sporting event that Brisbane has held since the 1982 Commonwealth Games. 32 teams from across the globe, 64 games in the tournament to be played across 10 different stadiums and 9 cities in Australia and New Zealand, and we still have games to go here in Brisbane as well, including a quarter-final and the playoff for third as well. It has been a tournament of firsts, the first time hosted in the Southern Hemisphere, the first co-hosted World Cup. 8 blockbuster matches here in Brisbane, and we're only at the halfway mark. 4 down and 4 more to go. So whether you're a football fan or not, and I have to say I love my sport, but football's not my #1 sport, I think you can feel the buzz in the city. If you just walked through the city last night like I did, it was a sea of green. The Irish were out. They were out spending in the pubs that the Irish are wont to do, and they were up there watching their girls play as well. So it doesn't matter whether it's the Matildas or the Nigerians or the Irish or who was there, you just have to walk the streets to see the droves of football fans proudly wearing their country's colours. And the festivities do exactly what I just mentioned. They extend way past the stadiums. Very concerned about economic development in the city, I can see, Mr Chair, from the chatter through all of this from across the way. This is a win for the city that injects $30 million into our local economy and supports over 100 jobs. Hotel occupancy is sitting well above 80%, with more than 40,000 out-of-region visitors flocking to Brisbane. And why wouldn't you want to be here? We are the sporting capital of the nation, and that is only going to become clearer and clearer over the coming decade as well. We've got world-class stadiums right on our doorstep, vibrant precincts surrounding those stadiums, year-round sunshine. Yesterday it was 27 degrees. Imagine if you'd come from Melbourne or overseas to hit the middle of winter in Brisbane at 27 degrees. Makes it a great destination for fans to experience sporting events like this. And we are getting ready in just under 9 years' time for the largest world event to be held here, and FIFA is just a taste of what Brisbane would be like in 2032. More than 308,000 tickets have been sold in Brisbane, and every match is nearing capacity as we get closer to the end of the tournament. Last week was a sellout, as I said, disappointing about the result, but fantastic to see the stadium full, and as was the next on the Saturday night, Brazil and France as well. It's fantastic to see the fans getting out there, enjoying the action, but also spending their dollars in our city. It doesn't matter who you're barracking for, and as I said, we're very happy for the Matildas to progress through last night. What it is all about is coming to the city and enjoying the sporting festival. We are seeing more and more of these mega events interested in coming to Brisbane, and we expect that they will continue to grow in the lead up to 2032. Culture and sport are the cornerstones of our community. It brings us together in a jingoistic way, whether it's around our football team, around our local football team, or around our national football team. And I'd have to say the back half this year is typically the busiest time in our major events calendar, and that is very, very important for those mums and dads who have businesses in the city, because what we also saw today in committee is that the cost of living is still very much number one on people's minds. It is still a pressure that is biting in households, so there will be plenty of free and affordable events coming into the mix as well, so people can enjoy that time with their families. Recently, we just held the Brunswick Street Live Festival in Fortitude Valley, all ages free event. The Winter Sessions Festival is underway right now. Councillor Howard, I know that is going great as well. And August already means just one thing. What does August mean? It doesn't mean westerly winds. What does it mean? Ekka! Ekka. Everybody knows in this chamber, if they've been here long enough, that I'm an absolute Ekka tragic, and we can't wait for the Ekka. And of course then we roll into the end of August with the Brisbane Fashion Festival. We roll into September, which is of course the start of the Brisbane Festival. So the end of the year is all going to also see the PGA Championship return, and I have to say, when we are trying to aim for $250 million into our economy and 5,000 jobs to be supported,
your time
we're well on our way.
has expired.
Thank you.
Councillors, that now ends question time. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, the Establishment and Coordination Committee recommendations.
Point of order.
Oh, point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Mr Chair, I seek leave to suspend standing orders in order to move the following motion. I move that Council lowers the speed limit on Venner Road, Annerley from 60 kilometres to 50 kilometres to protect pedestrians, cyclists and drivers.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, you have 3 minutes to establish why the motion could not be submitted before 1 o'clock yesterday.
I've brought this motion forward as an urgency motion this afternoon because Councillor Wines, who is the Infrastructure Chair, has indicated before us today two things that are of extreme concern to me. One, he believes that there is a speed limit review process that determines how speed limits are determined. We know that's not the case with Boundary Road, Camp Hill. So it's critically important that the same process that Council applies to support LNP councillors in marginal wards is available to every single Brisbane resident. Now, the reason the speed limit on Venner Road, Annerley is so critical and important today is because Councillor Wines has clearly outlined that, as the Infrastructure Chairman, he values human life the highest. This is a good response. This is a good answer. and it makes it incredibly concerning that council is prepared to lower the speed limit without a speed limit review. In fact, when a speed limit review was done on Boundary Road, it did not recommend lowering the speed. So council's gone ahead and done this directly. But where a distinguished local resident and doctor has died on Venner Road simply while out walking, this council refuses to lower the speed limit. So Councillor Wines, as the Infrastructure Chair, has made it clear that he values human life the highest. He's also said here today that all measures should be taken to protect human life, that council needs to put money and effort into making roads safer. The way they can do that here in Venner Road, in Annerley, an extremely dangerous and busy road, is to reduce the traffic speed limit. We know that lower speeds lessen the severity of accidents. There will always be bad drivers. With Councillor Wines, I agree on this. But if this council means what it said here today, that they value human life the highest, and that all measures should be undertaken to reduce the speed limit, then we must take action on Venner Road, Annerley, to reduce the speed limit from 60 kilometres to 50 kilometres to stop further deaths on Annerley Road.
Councillor Johnson.
I urge all councillors to support the motion.
I've given you quite a broad scope. Yep, thank you. I just want to remind all councillors that if you are calling for a suspension of standing orders, that it needs to be addressed in the form of why it couldn't be submitted before the Monday, just as a reminder. Now, we have the suspension of standing orders. A motion for suspension of standing orders moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Griffith. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Councillor Johnson, can you please move your motion, please?
Great, and I hope we have the debate now, because I think it would be really useful.
Councillor Johnson, to the motion, please.
Yes, thank you. Just to remind everybody, the motion is that this council lowers the speed limit on Venner Road, Annerley from 60 kilometres to 50 kilometres to protect pedestrians, cyclists and drivers. Unfortunately...
Councillor Griffiths, you need to second that motion. That's okay.
Seconded.
Thank you.
It's the first day back, mate. It has been moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Griffiths that this council lowers the speed limit on Venner Road, Annerley from 60 kilometres to 50 kilometres to protect pedestrians, cyclists and drivers. Councillor Johnson, you've got the call.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I value human life the highest.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
Mr Chair, as per section 42(2)(b) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I move a procedural motion that the debate for this motion now before the meeting be adjourned until the conclusion of the business on today's agenda.
Seconded.
We have a procedural motion to move the current motion from now until the end of general business. Moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Mackay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Deputy Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Mr Chair, I'd like to move to suspend standing orders so that I can move the following motion. The Brisbane City Council constructs koala and fauna fencing to the stretch of Boundary Road, Camp Hill, adjoining Whites Hill Reserve this financial year to reduce wildlife deaths along this stretch of road.
Seconded.
We have a motion to suspend standing orders moved by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Griffiths, 3 minutes as to why we should suspend standing orders.
Absolutely, and I think that answer, and I'll go through the details of that answer, but that answer actually comes from the answer we heard today from the Environment Chair, which was disappointing and some would say pathetic in relation to the issue of the koala deaths along this stretch of road. We know in the last 5 years there have been 20 koala deaths along this stretch of road and numerous amounts of other wildlife killed along this this stretch of road. We also know that this is the worst, the highest kill spot for any koalas in Brisbane. And what we heard today was our defence of the reduction, the 5 years it's taken to reduce the speed from 70 to 60, but we heard no answer. We heard silence in relation to whether this was going to prevent or stop koala deaths along that stretch of road. And the reason we didn't hear an answer to that is because there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee that this will stop deaths along this road. What will stop deaths along this section of road is fencing it. Fencing the road.
Sorry, Councillor Griffiths, just to remind you that you are meant to be speaking as to why you couldn't get this motion before.
I am.
It sounds like to me that you are debating the motion that you've just read out. Can I draw... Deputy Mayor, please. Can I draw you back to as to why the motion could not have been submitted by 1 o'clock yesterday?
Yes. It is basically the answer we've just heard now. That's what's concerned me. It's come out of the debate that we've just had now, where Councillor Davies thinks she's done a great job and thinks the administration have done a great job by reducing the speed limit by 10 kilometres, and that's it. And they haven't done a great job. Residents are upset. Residents are angry. Residents want to see results. Their councillors aren't acting. In other parts of the city, we act and put wildlife fences up. At Chermside, I paid for it at Toohey Forest. At Karawatha, there are fences all over the city.
Councillor Griffiths, this is about why it couldn't be submitted, not what you've done or what has not been done, why the motion wasn't submitted yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm making that. I suppose I just come back to the point that Councillor Davies, no one from the administration wanted to commit that there won't be koala deaths on this stretch of road. They won't. They're out there with placards saying, hey, look what we've done, but they actually haven't got a result that's going to make any difference. And they weren't. They had the opportunity in the chamber, and I admit the Lord Mayor still isn't here for his own question time. They don't have any real solution to the issue of koala and wildlife death along this stretch of road.
Griffiths, your time has expired. Thank you. We are voting on suspension of standing orders, moved by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Griffiths, can you please read out your motion, please? We will. I'm sure Councillor Griffiths will be providing a copy.
Brisbane City Council constructs koala and fauna fencing to the stretch of Boundary Road, Camp Hill, adjoining Whites Hill Reserve this financial year to reduce wildlife deaths along this stretch of road.
Seconded. Thank you. Billy, may I have that copy, please, so I can reread it into the minutes? Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. It has been moved by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that Brisbane City Council construct a koala and fauna fencing to the stretch of Boundary Road, Camp Hill, adjoining Whites Hill Reserve this financial year to reduce wildlife deaths along this stretch of road. Councillor Griffiths, to the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I think the chamber... Oh, here we go.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
Mr Chair, as per section 42(2)(b) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I move a procedural motion that the debate on the motion now before the meeting be adjourned until the conclusion of business on today's agenda.
Seconded.
We have a procedural motion before us to move the agenda from Councillor Griffiths to the end of general business. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Deputy Mayor, E&C.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee during winter recess 2023 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee during the winter recess of 2023 on the matters usually considered by that committee be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I'm seeking the further following information regarding item A, the contracts and tendering report. In relation to contract number 4, Demolition Voluntary Home Buyback Scheme Package 4, can the Lord Mayor, if he turns up, or the Deputy Mayor, please confirm that within the contracts that Council is letting here, that all trees that are entitled to be protected under the Natural Assets Local Law are protected as a condition of the demolition contract. That's my first question. And then my second question. Oh, that'll do. I won't worry about the other one. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, was there a second question? Okay. Deputy Mayor.
I'll take that one on notice. I'm sure Councillor Davis can mention that if she can get the information in timely fashion.
Thank you.
It has been a long recess, as we've seen. Some people have forgotten how to behave in chambers today already. And there's a lot's been happening during that recess as well. So I'll go through some of those opportunities, but also what's coming up for this week in lighting up our council assets, as the Lord Mayor always does. From the 20th of July to the 20th of August, we have a tropical display dome at Mount Cootha Botanic Gardens, Sandgate Town Hall, Victoria Bridge, the Story Bridge, Redcliffe Place and Brisbane City Hall, all across different nights, will be lit up with all the colours to celebrate the FIFA World Women's Cup, as I just spoke about. Now it's being co-hosted between Australia and New Zealand. We are very lucky to have 8 of those games as one of the host cities for that, so we will be celebrating that across those many, many assets. This Saturday, Brisbane City Hall will be lit white and blue to celebrate the Queensland Law Society's Award Gala. The rule of law is a fundamental pillar of liberal democracies, and as such, Australia and I wish the Society all the best for their evening on Saturday night. On Sunday night, we have Brisbane City Hall, Sandgate Hall, Victoria Bridge, Story Bridge and Redcliffe Place, purple and pink, to support the National Eosinophilic Week. I think I got it right. Eosinophilic Week, which is a gastrointestinal disease which affects almost 1 in 1,000 people, and it really does impact on the quality of life. So AusEE Incorporated is their peak national support and patient advocacy organisation who represent those living with the disease, and again they are raising awareness and funds for Australians affected by that disease as well. So some of the other things that have happened over the time is that the Lord Mayor has again been working with the state government to convert Pinkenba into emergency accommodation. And the update that he had for the chambers is in fact that there is no update, even though we were very excited on the 7th of June, nearly 2 months ago, to be speaking with the new Housing Minister. Unfortunately, the Lord Mayor's office hasn't received any information yet on their submission on how the funding support is proposed to be utilised as well. But we are standing beside our allocation of $1 million towards any state-led activation of this bed facility for those in desperate need of a roof over their head as well. One of the many ways that we are addressing and pulling the levers that we can for the housing crisis in this city as well. And hopefully we'll hear from Minister Scanlon soon. We've heard today about the Beams Road upgrade, and the tenders expire on the 7th of August, less than 1 week away. So again, we call on the federal government to stop sitting on their hands and make sure that we can get this moving and we can stay with the tenders we have. We don't want to see the cost of the project go up due to a change in tender times and the supply change there as well, not to mention the congestion that will continue to grow in the Beams Road 4 lanes without the improvement of the intersection as well. Of course, I'm happy to speak about the Boundary Road speed limit review, which we're very glad to see the change from the Minister. And I'll just put it out there, if a change wasn't needed, why do you make a change? Exactly. It's very simple. If we could have done it all the way along, there was no need for Minister Bailey to have to change the MUTCD, but he did, because he has been playing false the entire time through this argument that council can change the speed on this road. And the reason we did change the speed on this road just recently is not because a koala died. It's because we have been trying for 5 5 years to get one of the aspects of this road to be a reduction in the speed limit. And as soon as we got the letter that said it's changing on the 31st of July, we did exactly what the minister did in Tallabudgera, and that's put a temporary trial speed limit on a wildlife awareness area. Tallabudgera, I don't know if you knew, councillors, it was also a trial. Don't let the truth get in the good way of a story for Minister Bailey, though. We left that out of the media release. It was also a trial. Why? Because the manual use traffic design guidelines didn't allow for it to be permanent. So as soon as we knew the change was coming, we've lowered it to 60. Will it stay at 60? I don't know. We are very quickly getting a new engineer's report to get the recommendation to send it to the speed review panel.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, just some clarification from you. I'm just following along. I'm not sure which item the Deputy Mayor is speaking about in here. Boundary Road. I didn't think that was including contracts. I'm not sure. Can you just point me where that is?
The Deputy Mayor can speak around the world on this one in place of the Lord Mayor. It's ENC. Yeah, it's around the world. Yeah, as is the right.
Sorry, is the Deputy Mayor the acting Lord Mayor at the moment?
No, but as the
Where's the Lord Mayor?
As the Deputy of ENC, as is the right with every other chair in this place, the Deputy can speak. The Deputy can speak around the world on items particular to that portfolio. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Under section 35.2, Deputy Mayor can talk around the world in ENC. And I think one of the big things that we have clearly seen that's happened across the city in the last few weeks is a fantastic change of heart by the Minister Bailey, finally admitting that he had to fix the MUTCD. And he did. In response, and the actual words you heard from Councillor Davis today say, in response to the request from petitioners. This is in his own words, signed Mark Bailey to the Clerk of Parliament, in response to the request from petitioners to amend the technical guidelines related to speed limit, proposed to changes to specifically identified wildlife as a valid consideration. It will now be included in section 17.9 of the QRSTUV GSM. If it didn't need to be changed, why did he? So thank you, Minister Bailey. Thank you for finally giving it up and realising what 4,400 petitioners said in my local area, for listening to what I've been pleading to for the last 5 years. And those opposites can spin this as much as they like, but those 4,400 petitioners who got letters to thank Joe Kelly for the work he did think that Minister Bailey is an absolute loon. Because they know it wasn't Joe Kelly that did that petition. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. So I await the engineer's report to go to the speed review limit, which is the process, and it may be lower. There may be night time, it may stay at 60. But that is now the process because
Point of order,
the
Chair.
guidelines have been changed.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, look, just on balance, I think the Deputy Mayor called the Minister a loon. I think that's a mental health derogatory sort of term. Like, someone who's loony, I guess, is the term, which is like an very old-fashioned derogatory term for someone who is suffering mental health issues. Perhaps the Deputy Mayor will withdraw that and reconsider her language.
To be honest, I didn't hear it, Councillor Cassidy.
I'm happy to withdraw it. I was referring to what my residents believe of the minister. I didn't call him that, but I'm happy to withdraw it.
No, hang on a sec. We're not going to yell across the chamber, all right? We're not going to do that. The Deputy Mayor has indicated that she's happy to withdraw. That should be the end of it.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, go on.
The Deputy Mayor has just withdrawn it, but then said other people are saying that, still inferring it. I just think that kind of language should just not be used, and if it is used in the community, it should be called out.
Councillor Cassidy, I do believe you interrupted the Deputy Mayor while she was speaking by yelling out across the chamber. I don't believe the Deputy Mayor had finished her sentence before she was interrupted. Deputy Mayor, you got the call.
Thank you. The reality is, it's the minister who's been playing politics here. It is Labor in this chamber who has been playing politics here. And the word I used was, at the time of saying it then, the calmest, most polite word I could use to think of for Minister Bailey and what my residents have been saying. It is a shame. I'll take Councillor Colley's interaction. It is a shame because his behaviour on this has been reprehensible. And he's made it a personal political attack on me every time. But I don't mind, because I won. We won. Council won. We got the outcome for the residents, and the whole of the state now have the opportunity to use wildlife as a reason for an engineer, a professional technical engineer, to use that for reasons to reduce speed limit. That does not mean we think that koalas' deaths are any more or less important than human life. Absolutely not. This is one case. This is one case. But if it didn't need to be fixed, Mr Bailey didn't need to fix it, but he did. And I thank him from the bottom of my heart for finally listening. Finally, and around the world, I also want to welcome wholeheartedly our new councillor, Councillor Jenkinson, who will have her first time, her maiden speech this afternoon in Chambers. She has got an extensive career in the private sector, and we look forward to her adding again another part of the diversity in this strong, gender-balanced chamber that we have here on the LNP Shrinner Council as well. So we look forward to hearing from you tonight, Councillor Jenkinson. Welcome. Before us today in the items, we have contracts and tendering. 23 out of these 26 contracts in item A have been awarded to local suppliers, which is an absolute fantastic outcome, 88% of all contracts. 207 contracts have been awarded to local suppliers this year to date, which is fantastic to see a spend of more than $1.3 billion when it comes to local suppliers. In the contracts before us today, and state councils I'm sure will speak to, Fig Tree Pocket intersection upgrade, roof repairs at Mitchelton Football Club, the voluntary home buyback scheme, the renewal of the corporate insurance program, the native animal ambulance services, and the supply of plants as well. In item B before us today, we have the administrative amendment to the Brisbane City Council Plan Package O. This changes are to keep our city plan obviously up to date. It includes updating, in particular for Package O, the flood overlay mapping, creek waterway flood planning areas in particular that need to reflect the Bulimba Creek flood study from 2021. There's also updates for the planning scheme on local heritage places to be accessible development as well. So, following the Floods Commission inquiry in 2011, we have always committed to incremental approaches to updating the flood information and having the most current information available online, and this is one way that we can do that, and the latest update is around the Bulimba Creek area. Item C is the amendment to Brisbane City Plan Package P. P is the implementation of the deep planning and landscaping objectives of Major
Deputy
L.
Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Seconded.
We have a movement for an extension of time, 10 minutes for the Deputy Mayor, moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Mackay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Deputy Mayor, you've got the call.
I thank the Chamber for their indulgence. I won't take much longer. The item C, amendment to the Brisbane City Plan, following the planning scheme policies to be amended are landscape design planning scheme policy, planting species planning scheme policy, and of course the vegetation planning scheme policy as well. So the deep planning and landscaping objectives were about facilitating 15% of the total site area on multiple dwelling sites, and these planning scheme policies make it very clear on how the applicants can actually do those and meet those planning amendments as well. And then item D before us today is the Stored Board submission for Council's transactional banking services. This is the Commonwealth Bank, which has provided transactional banking services to Council since 1999. The contract was due to expire on the 31st of March, and this is extending the contract for up to 2 years. I'll leave the rest to the Chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can I just ask that item A be taken seriatim for voting, please?
Item A, seriatim for voting. Noted.
Yes, thanks very much. So this, all of these items for us today is just a tick and flick on for our information purposes. We're not adopting any of these things or really voting on any of the outcomes, but we can talk to them nonetheless. And that always is the case for contracts, apparently. Sometimes according to the Lord Mayor, sometimes not, when he likes to claim them, or when he doesn't, when he wants to distance himself from them, he says the delegates make them, the decisions. So a few of those contracts really jump out for us, and there's quite a number for insurance and insurance against risks of major projects that this Lord Mayor is undertaking. So over here we know that the biggest risk, and I think this is a feeling that a lot of residents around Brisbane are starting to get as well, that the biggest risk to council is Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. Yep. And the biggest risk to ratepayers is this Lord Mayor. Delays, blowouts, cancellations and disappointments. They're the hallmarks of this LNP Lord Mayor's administration when it comes to projects. So hopefully these significant contracts for risk insurance will be enough to cover more project delays, more budget blowouts, more slip-ups, more gaffes, because we're certainly expecting them to happen on this Lord Mayor's watch. Very interested to see the contract awarded to the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, Queensland, RSPCA, to deliver that native animal ambulance service, something we definitely support over here. We know that the RSPCA do amazing work and care for sick and injured wildlife, and I hope that the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Cunningham have them on speed dial, because the number of koala deaths on Boundary Road at Camp Hill along Whites Hill Reserve is astronomical. It is going to keep happening, and we know that. We know that from Councillor Davis's answer today. We know that a reduction in the speed limit on Boundary Road at Camp Hill will not guarantee that no koalas are killed. They know that over there, Chair. We know that here. But you know who knows that the most clearest? That's local residents out there. You just have to go and look at those comments on those social media videos, those very engaging videos of the Lord Mayor by himself or the LNP councillors by themselves, not with koala experts, not with local residents saying well done, because they don't think that. Local residents don't think well done because everyone said, okay, sure, let's move on to the real game here.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Relevance to which report is Boundary Road?
RSPCA Animal Ambulance.
Yes.
Because it's going to get a lot of work out on Boundary Road, I can tell you. 20 dead koalas. What was that? 20 dead koalas in the last 5 years, Councillor Griffiths. It has had a lot of work out there, and without the highest rate in the city and without koala fencing, it's going to get more work out there. That is guaranteed under this LNP administration.
Councillor
Their
Cassidy,
continued failure. I'll move on, Chair. Thank you very much.
Can I remind you to direct your comments to other councillors through the Chair, even if they are on your own side of the chamber? Please.
Oh, thank you.
Yep,
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Chair. I know what you're referring to. So, apparently it's all good over there. Apparently 60 k's is enough. Give me a break. And we'll talk more about that this afternoon. The next contract I want to talk about is the digital experience platform implementation, whatever that means. But the most interesting part is the ongoing management to HCL. This extension to that company, HCL. Now, does everyone remember in here, some councillors are more recent, of course, remember something happening in 2018 around wage theft and poor working conditions with a contractor to council? We might remember that one. Modern slavery issues. Yeah, that's right, Councillor Strunk, through you, Chair. The LNP at the time sacked all the in-house permanent IT staff and they replaced them with contractors. That contractor subsequently underpaid those staff, and the LNP had to be dragged kicking and screaming to even care about it by the union, by the services union. We'll jog your memory, that was HCL. They were the contractors for council back then. So we certainly hope, we don't have any of the paperwork in front of us around the risk profile in awarding this contract, but we certainly know that the LNP turned a blind eye to that back then. We asked the question, what else are they capable of walking past? Let's certainly hope they included wage theft in the risk profile for this contract going forward as well. That experience says a lot about the character of the LNP administration here in Brisbane, and it's all bad. All bad. Clause B, I'll move on to the Clause B and Clause C. Firstly, Clause B is the minor administrative changes largely around flood overlay mapping in the Blimber Creek catchment area. Note that this was done in 2021. I suspect post-2022 that needs to be updated a bit as well, but granted this was done and needs to be included to make sure that the currency of the city plan is up to standard, so that's a fair point. But in making a point around flood mapping and flooding here in Brisbane, particularly in the suburbs of Brisbane, all of the planning in the world is fine and this does need to be included, but it means nothing without proper and significant investment into that associated infrastructure that is identified through these studies. So it'll identify areas where there needs to be increased provision around flood mitigation when development occurs, but they'll also identify infrastructure that needs to occur as well. And we know, looking at those drainage budgets over the last 10 years, that they have been absolutely stagnant under this LNP administration. So much more needs to be done than just a simple tick and flick planning exercise when it comes to mitigating flooding in the suburbs of Brisbane. Clause C is the more minor amendments to align the planning scheme with changes to the Sustainable Planning Act, so the Planning Act with the state. So Clause D finally in this item here is transactional banking and other services item. I'm sure we'd all agree when you're dealing with your bank, you want to check the fine print. You want to make sure that you know what is included and what all the terms are when you're entering into a contract like this. Some people would just gloss over the fine print. We pay very close attention to it when it comes to these items. In the papers we noticed there would be some increases in bank fees. And, that's fair enough in the current environment as a new contract comes through as well and new services. In this economic climate, some people would just cop that, I guess, and you might have to here and there. I guess unless the increase was as large as this one, then people would have a fair bit to say about it, although all that yellow highlighting precludes us from talking about all of the details that are in the papers before us about the increase in charges which will be have to be paid for by ratepayers, whether it is through council, the fees and charges charged to council, and ratepayers have to foot the bill for that, or whether it is the charges and fees that are passed on for ratepayers and people interacting with council directly. I guess there would be innovative ways in which council could cover this so that residents out of the suburbs of Brisbane who are feeling the pinch at the moment with the cost of living crisis aren't hit as hard. Perhaps the Lord Mayor's $100,000 slush fund could be used more innovatively than being deposited directly into a bank account of his choosing, and then perhaps some of those fees might be covered. I wonder if he will. He certainly won't be engaging in the debate here, I imagine, today, because he isn't here, and I'm not sure whether he'll be coming back in today. I'll leave it at there and we'll pick up the next one shortly.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on item A. The Brisbane City Council is upgrading the intersection at Fig Tree Pocket Road and Kenmore Road in Fig Tree Pocket by creating a four-way intersection, installing traffic signals and fully controlled crossing facilities to improve safety, congestion and traffic efficiency for all road users. Daily, this intersection accommodates approximately 21,000 vehicles, 20 cyclists and 100 pedestrians, making it an important junction in Brisbane's suburban road network. There have been many serious crashes at this intersection over the years because of drivers being unable to make a safe right turn at Fig Tree Pocket Road due to high traffic volumes. And I've spoken previously in this place about one of the neighbours who leaves a first aid kit by her door because of the number of crashes that she's had to attend to. Once complete, the upgrade will provide the following benefits to the community. Improve safety for all road users by installing traffic lights and signalised pedestrian crossing facilities. Improved travel time reliability and overall operation of the intersection by controlling all movements with traffic lights. Improved pedestrian connectivity to public transport and residential areas with new pram ramps and footpaths. As I mentioned, works have started. As part of the upgrade, there are some temporary road changes required to allow for construction. Based on feedback from locals, the project team has implemented the following measures to improve sightlines and safety for motorists at all times. Number 1, removed approximately 50 metres of barriers at the crest of the hill of Kenmore Road. Number 2, relocated the temporary fencing closer to the curb to open up sightlines. Number 3, extended the existing traffic island at the intersection to allow vehicles to give way where visibility is greater. And finally, blacked out the existing give-way line and installed a new give-way line further out into Kenmore Road to improve visibility of vehicles travelling up Kenmore Road. I'm grateful to locals for their patience while construction is underway, and I share their excitement to see the product finished so we can enjoy the safety benefits.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I thought Councillor Davis might stand up and provide that information that I've requested, but it took her 6 weeks to get back to me about the question I asked.
Councillor Johnson, to the report, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I won't hold my breath. Got it at 1 minute to 1 today. I rise to speak on the items, 4 items in the Establishment and Coordination Committee report. Firstly, with respect to the contracts and tendering. I just want to put on the record my concern about how Council has conducted its obligations under the state-federal funding agreement for flood buyback. We know, because we've seen, every tree on every block that has been had a house demolished has been knocked down. That's been happening throughout my ward. So a few weeks ago I wrote to the CEO about it, and I got it's a bit of a wishy-washy letter back, but it's saying Council's meeting its obligations under the Natural Assets Local Law. However, it doesn't matter what he tells me, it matters what's in the contract. It matters what Council has agreed with the demolition team when they go to demolish these houses. And at a minimum, we need to be making sure all the native trees on these blocks are protected. And it may be, of course, some landscaping has to go because, you know, removing the house requires it for access or safety purposes or whatever it will be. But knocking down big native trees in the backyard or the front yard is unnecessary, and it is contrary to Council's obligations under the Natural Assets Local Law. So I am not confident that Council is actually doing what it is required to do. And the way in which we do it is to condition it in the contracts. So far I know that this has not been happening. And I would think this is a serious matter for the Environment Chair. She doesn't want me on her committee. That position's still vacant. They've been blocking that. But I want to make sure that mature trees in my area that are going to be converted to open space and parkland are retained. Otherwise, we're going to have to come back and we're going to put a little tube stock in that's this big, and we're going to have to go through, you know, a 50-year process of getting a tree. Meanwhile, my area has beautiful trees on private property, and I want to keep them. This is a simple issue. I want to know whether or not Council has specified in the terms of the contract that trees are to be protected. I'd like to know, in addition, what steps Council is taking to make sure that these obligations are actually being respected by the demolition team, who's going out to check, who's making sure that these trees aren't being knocked down. Because what I've observed are completely cleared blocks that have been turfed over. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. So I don't think it's an unreasonable question to say what conditions around the protection of trees are in the contracts that Council has let, not the state government, not the federal government. Council's let these contracts for demolition. So what conditions has Council put in to protect the trees on now Council's public property, and what are they doing to check? Because we know this is the other big issue, unfortunately, nowadays, is you've got to go and check Council's actually done what it says it's going to do. So I look forward to Councillor Davis's reply on this issue. It's not one that I'm going to let go, because I've seen it now on multiple occasions, and I think these trees should be protected. This council used to stand up and say how they planted 2 million trees across Brisbane. What they would never tell you is every day how many they would let developers knock down. And they still don't. You know, we see it in our offices. We see how many trees get removed. But these are trees that don't have to be removed. and some of them, at least some of them, can be saved. And I want to make sure this council takes all steps as part of its contract to make sure they are protected, to make sure that the crews that are doing the demolition are aware of their obligations under the Natural Assets Local Law, and that somebody from council is following up with them to make sure these trees are protected. I don't think that that is an unreasonable request. I'd also just like to mention... I note that we have the contract for the supply of plants going through. I'm not 100% certain if this relates to council's nurseries for the free street tree program, but I've recently found out that the Oxley nursery is no longer providing trees. So the southwestern suburbs have nowhere to get a free tree. You've got to go to Carindale. So council didn't proactively tell us. We got the new list, so when they send you the new forms and tell you what to do, they sent us a new list of participating nurseries, and Oxley's been removed. We've rung up and asked, and no explanation was given, and only that we're looking for another nursery. There are some really good nurseries on this program, and I can see neither the Environment spokesperson, chair, nor the City Standards chair's got any idea of what I'm talking about. I mean, do you guys not keep track of what this council does?
Councillor Johnson, to the report, please.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just wondering if a new nursery has been decided, whether it's part of this package that's being brought forward, but the loss of the Oxley nursery as a supplier of council's free trees is really disappointing. We lost the cafe in at West End that did the free trees a few years ago. It was good that Oxley then picked it up, so there was somewhere in the southwestern suburbs. But now making it much harder if you have to go to the Gap, where the Patton Park Nursery is an excellent nursery, but it's a very long way away from my residence, as is Carindale. So we really need to sort this out so that somewhere in the southern and southwestern suburbs has somewhere to get a free street tree. Don't think that's unreasonable. Just on the items to do with city plan, Package O. Package O is the flood overlay maps. This was the other question I was going to ask, and perhaps, well, Councillor Allen's not here. I mean, the Lord Mayor's not here, then the other chairs leave, and, you know, you'd think maybe they'd want to...
Councillor Johnson, can I remind you that we are talking about the report?
You think they maybe want to be part of a discussion about city planning that they're responsible for. But the issues that I have here relate to following the floods. Council did a review and looked at some planning scheme changes that relate to businesses who use hazardous chemicals and hazardous products on the floodplain. And I'm not sure whether those changes have been reflected in this planning amendment, and it would be really good to know if those changes are going to be reflected in council's flood map overlay changes, because we know that the health of Oxley Creek is so adversely impacted by floods because of all the hazardous materials that are washed into Oxley Creek. Right along Oxley Creek, vast portions of the creek are industrial areas, and they host hazardous chemicals, hazardous other business operations, and it's critically important that we make sure that the planning scheme changes are put in place to minimise the impacts of hazardous chemical spills, oil drums, scrap metal yards, all of these businesses that undertake hazardous works in one of the most sensitive ecological areas of our city. So I'd certainly like some clarification about whether or not those protections that council was discussing have been put into these changes to the plan. I'd also just like to just give council a little highlight of how they allegedly protect history. So these changes include changes to the Yurong Pili Todd which is now called Yurongpilly Green, the Yurongpilly Todd Neighbourhood Plan area. Now, for those who are new, and there are a lot of new councillors here, before this council changed to its top-down, you're going to get a TLPI planning scheme arrangement, they used to have a process called neighbourhood planning, and that was supposed to be a street-by-street, community-led discussion about how neighbourhoods should develop. That's what we were told. Now, there is only one neighbourhood plan that has come through this chamber that had no public consultation. None. Not a bit. Which one? Yurongpilly Todd. The council picked up the state government's planning scheme and plonked it down as the neighbourhood plan without any community feedback.
Councillor Johnson, I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Really?
Yeah, you're about 5 seconds over. Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on a couple of items in this ENC report. But first I'll go to item D, which is the Stores Board submission for Council's transactional banking services. Due to the nature of the services provided, Mr Chair, and the cost and scale of any change to a service provider, transactional banking services contracts are normally very long in nature, with Council's current contract having an initial 5-year term and two 2-year extensions. The Commonwealth Bank has been Council's banking partner since 1999, with the existing contract term expiring on the 31st of March 2024. This item extends the existing contract for up to 2 years. This is an important point that I want to make in this chamber because it is aligned to the state government's banking services contract. The State Government Banking Services Contract tender commenced in August 2022 for banking and receipting services, travel payments and merchant services, and over-the-counter collection services for up to 21 departments in the state and approximately 120 agencies and other government bodies. It was originally anticipated that the tender would result in 1 or more fixed-term contracts for 5 years, with 2 3-year options, and that would commence from the 1st of July this year. However, the state is yet to award that contract. So to ensure that Council's next transactional banking services contract is fit for purpose, but more importantly, creates value for the residents of Brisbane, Council is undertaking a range of activities to assess requirements and options, including an assessment of how the state government's tender process goes after they award that contract. So as Council's current contract expires on the 31st of March 2024, a contract extension of up to 2 years is now required to enable the important piece of work to be completed. Item A, Mr Chair, is the contracts and tendering report, and there's one that I want to focus on in particular. Council's website channel is the single biggest contact point between council services and its visitors, its residents, businesses and other agencies. Each year, there are on average more than 5 million unique users who access around 25 million web content pages comprising of news feeds, events, contact details and related council information. Council is undertaking, and councillors in this place should know, that we are undertaking a significant body of work to improve this hugely important channel which the residents of Brisbane use every single day. The current platform for hosting the corporate website is not particularly well suited to Council's future requirements. The current content management system has served Council well. However, it is timely now to look to the future. Coming to the tender before us for Category 2, implementation and ongoing management. There were 3 tenderers, Mr Chair. From the initial evaluation, Council officers advised that HCL provided the most advantageous proposal to Council and our residents. Further negotiation provided some additional value in terms of risk mitigation and better alignment to the way that we work. Further, HCL proposed the highest nominated resources for implementation in Brisbane, with approximately 70% of services to be delivered here locally in Brisbane. HCL has a local office and has launched a local graduate hiring program called TechB, which aims to hire Brisbane-based graduates from local universities and train and deploy our local graduates into various IT roles across Brisbane customers. Now, Mr Chair, the opposition, quite rightly, have raised HCL, and I want to provide some background on this matter, which occurred before I and many other people were here in this chamber. On the 21st of August 2018, Council received a copy of a letter sent by the Services Union to HCL raising serious matters. Council was concerned about the allegations made in the letter and urgently sought resolution with HCL on the matter to ensure that HCL was proactively and appropriately investigating the specific employee concerns raised and had implemented appropriate remedies to address them if required. In discussions with HCL, Council sought to ascertain knowledge of the allegations and make clear Council's commitment to working with companies with aligned values and adherence to our zero harm policies and procedures. On completion of an investigation by HCL and Council, I understand that HCL settled the matter with their employees through a legally binding agreement, and they formally notified the Services Union. The settlement, Mr Chair, was confidential, and importantly, Council was not a party to that settlement. So when the opposition throw around HCL's name, the matter I've just discussed from over 5 years ago, that's what they're talking about for the new councillors. Concerns were raised, Mr Chair. The concerns were promptly addressed. If the opposition are aware of any specific issues since then, Mr Chair, not smear and innuendo, I'm talking about specific issues with the company, they should raise them through the appropriate channels. In the meantime, Council has undertaken insourcing in this space, creating 26 new in-house roles under a scalable hybrid model for delivering ICT services to our employees in Council. This optimised operating model will improve value for money for Council and our residents and ratepayers, but also, and this is the key point, improve and support local jobs in Brisbane. Our new managed ICT services contract, terms and conditions to address modern slavery have been included, and they will be monitored and reported on. Regarding the digital experience platform in the contracts report, once again, HCL proposed the highest nominated resources for implementation in Brisbane. HCL has a local office and has launched the graduate local hiring program. Mr Chair, I commend this to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak on item A, specifically in response to Councillor Johnston's question regarding the now. So what I'm advised, Councillor, is when the property settles, we inspect the site, send an arborist out and identifies the trees and vegetation for removal, and then marks those trees that are to remain with yellow tape. As you mentioned, we do try to save as much vegetation as we can, although that's not always possible. We are authorised under the NOW to remove trees within 5 metres of any existing structure, like a house or a pool, a shed, a carport and the like, and 2 metres of any existing fence line where the works do not involve any clearing. So So you can't cut down a tree that contains any habitat features such as a nest, possum, dray, arboreal termite mounds, a tree known to have historical significance, a species known to be threatened under federal or state legislation, a non-weed tree of a certain size, and a weed tree species that's listed under Council's Biosecurity Plan for Brisbane 2022 or the Biosecurity Act 2014. That is greater than 800 millimetres at breast height. So we undertake to retain as many trees as we can. That is not always possible, and we will continue to do that work as we move to demolish and remove homes through this process.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item B and item C in the E&C report. So first to item B, the minor O amendment. Minor O proposes updates to the planning scheme to respond to recent changes by the state to the planning regulation. Specifically, this change included the requirement for a local planning scheme to make development on a local heritage place accessible development. As such, there is a need to update City Plan as the local planning scheme cannot prescribe a lower level of assessment compared to state legislation. It also includes an amendment to update the flood overlay map in relation to creek and waterway flood planning in the Bulimba Creek flood study, or from the Bulimba Creek flood study from 2021. As the Deputy Mayor stated earlier, Council is committed to a successive approach to update the flood information available following the Queensland Flood Commission of Inquiry after the 2011 flood event. This approach ensures that the City Plan is up to date by using updated flood information, but also enables new development to be constructed to the latest flood study information. The results of the Bulimba Creek flood study showed that there are 4,793 properties across 8 wards in the Bulimba Creek catchment which are affected by the creek and waterway flood planning area mapping. As a result of the study, there has been a reduction in the number of properties affected by the flood planning area mapping, with 1,116 properties being removed from the overlay. There are an additional 178 properties that are now affected by the flood planning area mapping, which were not previously affected. I understand when I was out of the chamber, Councillor Johnston asked a question about Oxley Creek. And particularly the impact of hazardous materials finding their way into Oxley Creek. These are obviously subject of a review and will come through via a major amendment which we expect to bring to the chamber in the early part of next year. Moving on to item C, package P. Under this amendment package, it is proposed to amend 3 planning scheme policies: the landscape design planning scheme policy, the planting species planning scheme policy, and the vegetation planning scheme policy. These amendments will support the implementation of the deep planting and landscaping objectives set out in Major L. The Major L package focused on the following, and that is facilitating 15% of the total site area for deep planting on multiple dwelling sites, improving outcomes for deep planting areas in new development, including the retention and protection of existing trees or the planting of new trees, improving subtropical landscape design outcomes for new development, and improving the protection of existing significant vegetation that contributes to landscape character and amenity. Some may be aware that increasing the minimum percentage of deep planting was a key initiative within Major Amendment L. As such, the proposed amendment provides further detail to explain the appropriate use of sustainable soil solutions to support deep planting areas on the ground plane, including how these interventions should be selected, designed and maintained. Additionally, guidance is provided on suitable design approaches for deep planting on multiple dwelling sites, and this includes a sliding scale for deep planting that responds to the site size and development scale. Changes have been made to the landscape design PSP to support rooftop garden provisions in City Plan, and this includes documentation requirements for rooftop gardens to ensure design proposals can be efficiently and accurately considered by Council to determine the correct level of assessment for rooftop garden design. Amendment P also includes further technical guidance and information to support the delivery of subtropical landscaping for new developments by providing guidance for the key attributes of this design approach. Changes have also been made to ensure opportunities to protect significant vegetation are maximised to protect landscape character and amenity. As well, technical information and guidance for watering, mulching and pruning to assist in the development of landscape maintenance plans or support conditions applied to new development. Through this guidance, it is anticipated the loss of trees as part of a development approval or planting shortly after to meet development conditions should be reduced, and the ecosystem service benefits which were identified as part of the development approval can be achieved. The Shrinner Council strives for Brisbane to be a well-designed outdoor living city that maximises the region's climate and lifestyle attributes, and the delivery of subtropical landscaping is critical for achieving this vision. Mr Chair, I commend this item to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Are there any further speakers? See no one rising. Deputy Mayor, right or reply? No right or reply. We'll now put item A. Item A only. All those in favour of item A say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 6 abstentions.
Councillors, the item has passed. We'll now put items B, C and D together. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Deputy Mayor, the Establishment and Coordination Committee decisions, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as a delegate of Council during the winter recess 2023 on matters usually considered by that committee be noted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as delegates of Council during winter recess 2023 on matters usually considered by that committee be noted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Well, the Victoria Park Master Plan is moving into delivery phase, which is very, very exciting. And as part of that, we've done a lot of work to identify the appropriate planning pathway. This is a once-in-a-generation project and will be delivered in the years up to 2032 and beyond. Just as we saw with South Bank, it's taken many decades to get to where it is, and I'm sure it will continue to evolve as we go forward as well. So the pathway we have chosen through the local government infrastructure design enables us to deliver what we need to do sooner, especially to meet the critical timelines for the Olympics. What we have here before us today is an amendment to the mapping. We've made sure that the park ops and administration building is clearly shaded separately from the car park area, and we've made some minor changes to the wording to better reflect its intended use. That is all. There's no substantial change to the actual master plan or to the LGID itself. Work is already underway at Victoria Park with early projects well progressed, and this year we'll see the construction commence on the Spring Hill Common and the urban pump track, which I know the community is looking forward to. And we look forward to continuing to deliver this fantastic master plan to play there in the decades to come. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this clause in the decision report for ENC. I was mistaken. I do want to correct that. I was mistaken in that last report. They were things for us to decide on because they were brought through ENC last week. I got these confused. What this item is a decision that the delegate of council, in this case ENC, did over the recess. How long was that recess we just had? 5 weeks? 5 weeks, yeah. So you know, ENC's done one thing. The Lord Mayor and his committee's done one thing. One thing. He's been away. Maybe he's away. Yeah, maybe he's still away. I don't know.
Councillor Cassidy, to the report, please.
So the one item in this report here, the decisions of ENC, is around the Victoria Park Brisbane, a local government infrastructure designation. So following on from the decision that was made at the special meeting at the end of the council budget 5 weeks or so ago. There's no other items, of course. This just this one before us to reflect on that. No items to deal with congestion, cost of living relief, housing stress. It's just this inner city project, just this one. This is the priority of $141 million. That's right, and which is interestingly $60 million over budget. $60 million blowout. Going to take longer and less. That's right. Councillor Strunk, through you, Chair, it's actually when we saw that figure had blown out by $60 million, we thought, my goodness, what more have they put in? Maybe there's all this huge Olympic infrastructure that's going to stay there. Maybe there's going to be housing or something in there. Who knows? We'll look at it. No, it's actually less. There's less. They're putting less so we're paying more, but getting less on this inner city project. Geez, that sounds really familiar. Doesn't it, Chair? It sounds like the 5 green bridges. Sorry, 2, 1.5. The underground metro, the Paris-style subway system, down to 60 buses, and now the $141 million Victoria Park down to a couple of buildings. $140 million park. So it's no wonder the suburbs are missing out, and they are. This is a park project that is eating up a huge amount of this council's budget. The suburbs are absolutely missing out, Chair. There are 363, and this is as at about a few weeks ago, a month ago or so, could have changed, 363 suburban parks that have 589 individual instances of broken or damaged equipment and amenities. And that's probably just, here's the spreadsheet. By suburb too. Isn't that incredible? That's a huge list of suburban neglect.
Chair.
Huge list. Just one moment, please, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Cassidy, I see you've got a spreadsheet there. Can you point to where that spreadsheet is in the report, please?
No.
Then
I'm using for some context.
Right, it's not in the report, Councillor Cassidy. Can I draw you back to item A, please?
Yeah, sure. So while this administration is spending $141 million on this project, the suburbs are missing out. Yep. Just like this playground, which is still open, by the way. That's Councillor Davis. That's in your ward. That's John Goss Reserve Playground. That's open. That's hanging on by a thread, Chair. And this council knows about this. Council knows about this on this list. It's so termite eaten that it's about to fall down. But out of those 589 instances, only 20 of them have an expected completion date. Only 20 out of 589.
Councillors on my right, bit of shush.
So
Councillor Cassidy, sorry, before you go on, can I please draw you back to item A? Thank you.
So item A, Chair, is this administration's only priority for the recess, at least. It's the only thing that this committee, which is chaired by the Lord Mayor and has all of his civic cabinet chairs in it, that's all they did. It's all they're bringing to council. That is their priority. Clearly not the suburbs of Brisbane when our suburban parks look like that. Kids are playing on this when I went out and visited recently. So the priority of this administration is the inner city, these big projects which are glitzy and flashy, but they're not well managed, are they, when we're seeing a $60 million cost blowout on there? There are more examples right around, and every ward has them. Every ward has broken and dodgy playgrounds, whether you know it or not. Over there, I can give you the list.
Point of order, Mr Chair. You have now asked him 3 times to come back to relevance. I asked you again if you could make a ruling that the local parks, this is about an amendment to the master plan map.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and please, you can address your point of order when I give you the call. It's okay. It's the first session. We all forget. Councillor Cassidy, I will draw you back again for the 3rd time to item A, please.
Thanks very much. So the inner city park, before us Victoria Park, is the only priority of this administration. And you can tell that when you go to the newsletters that the Lord Mayor's been putting out into Labor-held wards, maybe into the independent ward as well. Out in the suburbs of Brisbane, the inner city is the front page. It's the Greenbridge and Victoria Park. Don't talk about suburban investment much, do they?
Councillor Cassidy, I've already made the point that the first set of props you used weren't in the report. I will also draw your attention to that the second prop that you've displayed in the chamber is also not in the report.
It says Victoria Park.
That's not what you were pointing to, Councillor Cassidy. You were pointing to the front page.
It's in there. It's highly relevant.
Oh well.
Councillor Collier, I will not accept yelling out across the chamber. This is the second time now that I draw your attention to that. Councillor Cassidy, back to the report, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'd just like to remind the LNP that there are 190 suburbs in Brisbane, and the vast majority of those are missing out, particularly when you look at the priorities of this LNP council. They had 5 weeks to go away from council and do some work and bring back to us, the full council, the work that the administration had done over that recess. Particularly in the lead up to an election, Chair, you would set out your priorities. Well, they clear, black and white, before us today, their priority is $141 million inner city park, not the thousands of parks in the hundreds of other suburbs across Brisbane. So you can't, over 2,000 parks across almost 200 suburbs in Brisbane, and all the LNP want to talk about is this one park. They don't much like talking about the $60 million blowout that has been incurred on this Lord Mayor's watch, but that's the reality the ratepayers are going to have to fork out for now. So the LNP needs to stop spending billions of dollars on inner city projects while the suburbs continue to miss out, Chair. We will not support this item today because this is just more evidence of residents paying more but getting less in the suburbs.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. And I do want to remind councillors in the chamber, there was a bit of chatter. It was making it very difficult to hear Councillor Cassidy and what he was saying. So can we please exercise a little bit of discipline and remain quiet while those who are speaking are speaking? Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Mr Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes, which only commences when councillors vacate the chamber and doors have been locked.
We have a motion to break for afternoon tea for a period of 15 minutes, moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Mackay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, just as a reminder, we're up to the second ENC report, which is for noting. Are there any further speakers on item A? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to speak on to this amendment to the master plan. I am sure the community around Brisbane, Victoria Park will welcome some transparency around this mysterious administration building. But whether they will receive the information with excitement is probably another question, because the footprint, of course, of this building is like massive. It's the biggest building that is a part of the Victoria Park master plan, biggest new building. And, you know, when we talk about the kind of size, I mean, in this master plan it states 2 stories built not exceeding 12 metres. Yeah, not exceeding 12 metres, which is an enormous size, since the average size of a story is actually 2.4 to about 2.7 metres. So we're talking about potentially a 4-storey building masquerading as a 2-storey building. Something else that I'd like to talk about also is when the park was announced during budget, the increase of 60 million for a total of 141 million. I was thinking like a rewilding. Okay, so a rewilding. Are we spending an extra $60 million on trees? Is that what we're doing? Are we spending an extra $60 million on trees? Because the whole point was a rewilding. There was a reduction in the number of buildings that was going to be in there based on community consultation. So I was like, $60 million on trees. That's a bit, I mean, that would be great, obviously. But clearly that's not actually what's happening here. Clearly it is about this administration building and its size and footprint and how big it's going to be. And I wonder, you know, I'm a bit curious because of this increase in delivery for Victoria Park. You know, I'm thinking, what could it be about? Interestingly enough, in the inner city strategy, Hurston is another precinct, right? This investment, being invested into this park around a place that has no neighbourhood plan over the top. This move for precinct plans from this LNP administration. I mean, it's very clear that this is a park being developed for developers, I think. And so while, you know, it was interesting to note that, you know, the residents would welcome them, I don't think they will. And I'm looking forward to residents, if you are watching, because they constantly contact me about this, what your thoughts are going to be about this building. It's finally been put on a location, this amendment that's happened. I'm looking forward to your thoughts because I reckon residents around here are going to be pretty unhappy about this 2-storey, 12-metre building that's going to cost residents across Brisbane a tune of what we don't know. We'll see when the final budgets come out. So to me, after speaking lots of residents, speaking to people on the ground in Paddington, as I did on Saturday when I was door knocking, I'm going to be voting this one down.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. We've seen further evidence today, Mr Chair, of the chopping and changing which happens with the Green Labour Alliance. One minute they vote for something and then it's brought through again and they vote against it. They have no positions on anything. They're constantly chopping and changing and they jump on every NIMBY bandwagon they can jump on.
Point of order,
we've seen
Chair.
that with the Greens councillor
Point
just
of
now.
order, Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation.
Claim for misrepresentation.
Thank you.
Noted.
I would
Lord Mayor.
love to hear Councillor Massey explain how she is not a NIMBY. Because that is exactly what we heard. We heard scaremongering, saying that there's going to be private development for developers in the park when we have absolutely ruled out any kind of residential development. We have always said there will be continuation of commercial activities and growing the commercial offering in the park because guess what? It provides people things to do in the parkland. And so we are very clearly putting forward our plan, just like we did in 2019 before the 2020 election, just like we did when it was endorsed by the community, not once but twice. Now, if Councillor Massey and the Labor Party want to listen to a few NIMBYs, they can do so. That would be consistent with their position on pretty much everything. But we are focused on growing the green space and creating the biggest new park in the city's history in 50 years. This is a really exciting project. The other thing I wanted to point out, Mr Chair, is that Labor and the Greens have continued to misrepresent the costings of this facility because we have actually never released a costing for Victoria Park. We have never released a costing for Victoria Park until we announced in the budget what we would be investing. Oh, no, that is not true. The reality is...
Sorry, Lord Mayor, just one moment. Councillor Cassidy, I have already reminded you during the start of this meeting, or during the beginning of the meeting, that we are going to address other councillors through the chair. This is a reminder. A third time will be an act of disorder. Councillor
The reality is, when we've been asked this question about what Victoria Park would cost, we have always said that it depends on the master plan. How do you cost a project that you haven't finished designing and planning? How do you cost a project that you haven't finished planning and designing? And so any kind of allocation was simply a placeholder for an investment that had to be confirmed through the master planning process. And so I hear very clearly that the Labor Party and the Greens and the Labor-Green Alliance, or the Green-Labor Alliance, because we know who's boss, is now against Victoria Park. 100% they are against it. They are going to vote against it. And if they are elected after the next election, residents can expect the Victoria Park project to be cancelled. Finished, dead in the water. That is what we hear today, and that is what the position of the Labor Party and the Greens are right now. And so I think that is really incredibly disappointing, because the community supports this project. The 2 rounds of public consultation show great community support for it. And in fact, the only people who have expressed an opposition to it are a few residents who want to keep the park for themselves and don't want anyone else using it. That's the kind of NIMBY bandwagon that Labor and the Greens jump on all the time. It's why they oppose housing. They say they want more housing, but when it actually comes to building housing, they're against it. They say they want more parkland and green space, but now they're opposing parkland and green space. This is classic Green Labor Alliance material today. I'm really disappointed. And once again, it shows the choice going forward. You can either have a city that is forward-looking and progressive and plans for the future, invests in public transport, invests in green space, or you can have a NIMBY council that will stop everything from happening. Stop homes being built, stop parkland being delivered. That's what Labor Green Alliance, Green Labor Alliance will do.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Massey, your misrepresentation.
I believe the Lord Mayor said that there was a flip-flopping, and I supported this initial master plan, which when we voted through in budgets, I was actually said no to the supporting that master plan go through to state government.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Wasn't going to speak on this, but I just very quickly want to put on the record just a little bit of, truth about this item, which is the additional building in Victoria Park. And I'll just say this very, very clearly. The first thing that this administration is doing is blowing out the budget on a project that they publicly announced would be $83 million. Now, the Lord Mayor has stood up and repeatedly said we never put a price on it. Well, yes, he did. And he can thank which councillor? I'm sure he did too, but the article I've just pulled up super quickly. Oh, look at that. Environment, Parks and Sustainability Chair Fiona Cunningham. Not here, yeah. Okay, well, they're tight. The Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham are a pretty tight
To
unit.
the report, Councillor Johnson.
No, well, they seem to be in lockstep about things. But is he going to do her over and say, no, she just made that figure up? So this is the problem. This is the thing the Lord Mayor can't and won't understand. When people disagree with him, it's not because they don't want to see improvements to Victoria Park. It's that holding this administration to account, who cannot manage to deliver a single project that they announce in a timely way, in a responsibly, financially responsible way, and to better the environment. They cannot do it. We heard before about the cost blowout on a road project from Councillor Beams Road, and they've gone ahead and they've done all this work and they didn't have the money from the federal government. Where have we heard that before? Now, the Lord Mayor's standing up, trying to rewrite history, thinks he's in an Aldous Huxley novel. He wants to rewrite history and say, no, we never said it'd be 80 million. 83 million. Now it's 141 million. Next week it's probably going to be 150 million. And by the time it's actually done, it's probably going to cost $200 million to plant trees in Victoria Park. So we know this LNP administration cannot be trusted. They say one thing, they They cannot deliver it, and then they want to lie about it afterwards and say, no, no, we never said that. Well, it's a matter of public record what this administration has said. Now, the fact that the first thing that the council's whacking down on this site is a giant shed, I don't know, a giant shed probably, I don't know, a giant shed that wasn't part of the original master plan, so that's why the master plan has to be varied. Like, who doesn't put your maintenance shed down in there? I mean, this administration wanted to put amphitheatres and buildings and this and that, but they forgot the shed to put the mower in and the officers who are going to look after the park. And now, 2-3 years after they originally announced it, they're going, oh God, we better put a park in so the people who look after it have got somewhere to work. Well, good job. Yep, this is your signature project, Lord Mayor, your signature project. You said it was going to cost 80 million, now it's going to cost 141 million, and we're copping a $60 million cost increase to a project that you won't even acknowledge, you won't explain, and suddenly we've got to have a major change to the master plan months after the master plan's been released. That's not good enough. That shows the track record of this administration when it comes to the delivery of major projects. And these are the projects they think are important. These are their signature projects. These are the Lord Mayor's promises, his personal promises to the people of Brisbane. Well, you can't trust him. He's shown here today he's prepared to lie. That's the only way to describe it. We never said it. Well, it's in writing. It's publicly available. You just got to Google it on the internet. And they've been caught out trying to deny something. It's just, why do this? Why not get up and just be honest and say, look, things have got more expensive. We forgot to put the shed for the mower in. We need to put the shed for the mower in. I mean, why not just get up and do that? God.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And once again, we hear the ridiculous commentary of the councillor for Tennyson. I rise to speak to item A of the ENC information report, which is the amendment to the local government infrastructure designation for Victoria Park. And had Councillor Johnston and probably Councillor Massey and probably Councillor Cassidy actually looked at the master plan that was to be submitted, they would see that this item is actually a minor pre-lodgement amendment, just to clarify 2 points from the master plan. The footprint of the park operation and administration building and the intended use of the car park area. The maintenance building was always in the master plan, Mr. Chair, but again, pretty clear that Councillor Johnston is more interested in getting in and yelling across the chamber than she is in researching the information and reading the master plan. So there's been no change to what's in the LGID or the master plan, and we have complied with all our obligations under the Planning Act and the ministerial guidelines. And this master plan, Mr. Chair, is the product of nearly 4 years of community consultation. 4 years. The LGID has been identified as the best planning pathway to ensure that the delivery meets community expectations. It's a planning pathway that's available to us under the Planning Act to support the delivery of significant community infrastructure, and of course Victoria Park fits that bill. And throughout this process we have engaged extensively with State Development and the Department of Resources and have received very positive feedback on the approach throughout the process. This pathway will provide efficient, effective and community-focused outcomes. The community told us what they wanted to see in the master plan and we listened. And this is how we are going to deliver it. As our most significant park in generations, and I am excited about what Victoria Park will offer, and it is also a future Olympics venue, it's important that we do deliver the Victoria Park works on time and in a way that is consistent with the original master plan, and that's exactly what we're doing. And this pathway enables us to do it. So again, Mr. Chair, this is a very minor amendment to ensure that the plan of designation map fully reflects what is in the master plan that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any further speakers? See no one. Deputy Mayor, write a reply.
Thank you. Look, it's very, very clear, very clear after the debate today, which, as we heard, most of it wasn't from that side about anything to do with what was actually in the report. But on this side of the chamber, the cleanest, greenest, most sustainable administration this city has ever seen, we talk the talk and we walk the walk. We don't jump on NIMBY bandwagons, and we are delivering.
Councillors.
We are delivering the largest green space in the heart of the fastest growing city in 50 years. And we are loud and proud, regardless of the naysayers on the other side, who will all be there celebrating, I'm sure, when it's opened and the public are loving it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We will now put item A, or actually the whole report, which is just item A. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Ring the bells. You know the drill. Clerks, can you please read the result? Bit of silence, please, councillors.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour, 6 against and 1 abstention.
The report is carried. Sorry. Councillors, we move on to the next item in the agenda. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee decisions, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting in the winter recess be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the report set out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as delegate of Council during the winter recess 2023 on matters usually considered by the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee be noted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. We had one item for consideration over the recess period, and this item was the renaming of Algester Road Park in recognition of the late Constable Matthew Arnold, who was tragically killed in the line of duty in December of last year. This renaming was in tribute not only to Constable Arnold but also to Constable Rachel McCrow and all Queensland Police who have made the ultimate sacrifice in protecting their community. I know that Councillor Owen is very keen to speak on the matter, and I commend the report to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this item before us today. And the 12th of December 2022 will be a day that the people of Brisbane, Queensland and Australia will likely never forget. In the line of duty, Constable Matthew Arnold, Constable Rachel McCrow and an innocent bystander, Alan Dare, were senselessly killed. Constable Keely Bruff and Constable Randall Kirk were able to escape that tragic scene with their lives. The country openly mourned this terrible tragedy, and we all questioned how such a terrible and violent thing could happen here. Again, I want to place on record my thoughts for the families and friends who lost their loved ones that day. It won't be any easier now. In memory of Matthew's close ties to the Callumvale ward, it is fitting that the park is named as a tribute to his incredible contribution, not only to policing, but as a well-loved and respected member of the communities in which he lived and worked. Valet Constable Arnold, with honour he served.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Further speakers? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. It is with privilege that I rise to speak on this matter before the chamber today in regards to the Constable Matthew Arnold Memorial Park. And can I commence by saying, with honour, he served. I would just like to put on the public record the actual words that are on the storyboard beneath the sign that says Constable Matthew Arnold Memorial Park. And these are the words that were chosen by Matthew's family. It says, "This park is named in honour of Constable Matthew Arnold, who proudly grew up in Parkinson, a talented sportsman and a state and Australian schoolboys representative in volleyball. He dedicated his life as a police officer to serving the Brisbane and Western Downs communities and often returned to the Arnold family home. Constable Matthew Arnold was tragically killed in the line of duty alongside Constable Rachel McCrow in December 2022. This memorial park stands as a lasting tribute to his service, commitment to his communities and the ultimate sacrifice he made. With honour, he served." It is my absolute honour to speak today in regards to having this park named in our local community, which is the local community of the Arnold family. It is in our local community that Matthew and his siblings, he was one of triplets, that they grew up and they played in this very park when they were children. It is a happy place. It is a place of memories for the family and friends. It is also a place of memory for Matthew and all of the St Lawrence's students who catch the bus from that particular location, because there is a lorry's cap hanging from the sign proudly. And I know that Matt and also his brother James were proud Laurie's boys. To all of the police colleagues of Matthew and Rachel, this is a small way that we in our local community recognise the dangers that our Queensland Police face on the front line every day, protecting all of us in the community. But I want to focus on the positives of what this park represents. This park is a tribute to Matthew, his dedication, his commitment and his service, as well as the ultimate sacrifice he made. Matthew is a much-loved son, brother, police colleague, teammate, school friend, mentor, coach and friend to many. There are many people over his lifetime that he came into contact with that will forever remember him and honour his memory. I know that Volleyball Queensland put out tributes to him for his sporting prowess, and I know he certainly was well regarded in the sporting field. Matthew was a local boy who grew up in our community and will forever be part of our community, but is also remembered by the police family and the Western Downs community in which he served. The family were afforded a private unveiling because, as we can all appreciate, given the international attention that this circumstance received in December, it was important that this park, in close proximity to their home, in the community that Matthew grew up and loved, be a place where the family had that opportunity to be able to recognise this naming in private, and also to share it with their other immediate family and neighbours of their choosing, which they did. And I would just like to acknowledge the many council officers who worked with me behind the scenes to ensure dignity and respect and privacy for Matthew's family in this regard. It is an absolute honour to be able to ensure that our community has this permanent legacy as a tribute to Constable Matthew Arnold, and also to acknowledge the service and sacrifice of Constable Rachel McCrow. With honour they served.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Owen. Further speakers? See no one rising. We will now put the report. Oh, sorry, Councillor Davis, would you like to write a reply? Right. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Marks, City Standards decisions, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Established and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the winter recess 2023 on matters usually considered by the City Standards Committee be noted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Marks and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the winter recess 2023 on matters usually considered by the City Standards Committee be noted. Councillor Marks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. During the winter recess, there were 3 petitions put before the committee, of which all 3 councillors supported the recommendations, and I'm happy to leave any further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Mark. Any further speak? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I just ask that item A be taken seriatim for voting. So A and then B and C together, A separately.
So noted. Item A will be taken separate for voting, and then B and C together. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll just speak on item B and C briefly. Item B is petition requesting council resurface Hillrise Street, Aspley. And looking at the newsletters and the social media posts of LNP councillors, you'd assume that they personally organise all of the resurfacing work that happens in their wards. They go and take the photo. I often see Councillor Hammond standing in front of a freshly resurfaced street, all on her own, a photo taken and then posted and said, organised, delivered by Councillor Hammond, resurfacing in that street, in that particular street. So you can imagine when residents then go to Councillor Hammond and say, well, our street, and in this instance it's Hillrise Street at Aspley, needs resurfacing, you assume the answer is of course, because as Councillor Hammond has demonstrated, apparently resurfacing in the Marchant Ward is organised through the Marchant Ward office, apparently. Well, apparently not, as we've discovered through this petition response, Chair, before us today. We see a standard cookie-cutter response being provided to petitioners here today, which says that, sure, maybe it should be done, but the Lord Mayor hasn't allocated any funding. I'm not sure if it's as explicit as that across 5 or 6 paragraphs, but that's basically what it says. So Councillor Hammond is going to have to go to her community and say, it turns out I actually don't organise all of that. Whoops. Turns out Councillor Hammond actually doesn't organise all of that resurfacing that she gets photos in front of. And why should it take then residents to petition council to get this kind of work done? I wonder, I'd love to have a look. I wonder whether this street was included in Councillor Hammond's budget submission. I am not allowed to look at that, of course, because it's treated as budget in confidence for 10 years. That's certainly not the case of how this LNP administration treats budget submissions. They tweet them out and leak them to the media. Like they didn't. They send it right to the media, as Councillor Griffiths. Yeah, they give it to the LNP, and Councillor Griffiths has found this out. But it would be very interesting to see whether Councillor Hammond did in fact actually ask the Lord Mayor for funding for this, because as we see, it took 5 months for this petition to be answered, 5 months for this response to be provided to these residents who signed this petition. So if you sort of, take a few steps back, it would have been bang on the time that she could have put it in her budget submission. And I'm sure through other processes has certainly raised that as well. But the bottom line is Councillor Hammond, on so many instances now in her ward of Marchant, is not able to deliver for those residents. I didn't remember her getting up and saying in the council chamber and demanding at budget time more be allocated to road resurfacing in her ward, particularly at Hillride Street, Aspley. What I distinctly remember, what Councillor Hammond did and all of those LNP councillors that got up and spoke in favour of the Lord Mayor's budget, they just said, thank you. Thanks for what we got, Lord Mayor. They didn't advocate for anything more. They were happy to get what they got. And they didn't complain at all. Residents are clearly saying they want more from their local councillor out in Marchant. I hear that when I'm talking to residents who contact me from Marchant, and I know that Darren Mitchell will be a much better councillor in the Marchant ward than Councillor Hammond is out there. That's right. He'll actually focus on those suburbs. He'll put Hillride Street, Aspley ahead of $141 million on Victoria Park. That's for sure. On clause C, the petition requesting council install the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags on the Story Bridge. This is a petition that Cara Cook, the then councillor for Morningside, started. I was excited, this has been a long time, again, for the petition response to come through, and I was excited to see that during NAIDOC week, the Aboriginal flag was flying from the Story Bridge during that week. And I thought, OK, here we go. This is pick the point in time at which they're doing it. They've chosen NAIDOC week this year to start flying the flag on the bridge because, after all, the Reconciliation Action Plan that this council took decades under the LNP's leadership to deliver actually talked about making sure there's a policy in place to fly Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags on council facilities. So I thought, OK, we're there, we're finally there. But then it was ripped down.
Why?
After a week. It was taken down after a week. And curiously, Councillor Howard then resorted to the really, really incredibly childish display on social media to say to me, her response was that it was flying during NAIDOC week. What more do you want? That was the response when I said, it's not there. And Councillor Howard said, well, that's fine. We flew it for 1 week of the year. What more do you people want, basically, was the response we got. So we won't be bullied on this side of the chamber from Councillor Howard when it comes to this. We're not going to accept that response because it's not good enough. It's not good enough when, after years and years, this LNP administration was dragged kicking and screaming to actually develop a reconciliation action plan, which says in there that they need to develop policies and procedures around flying Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags on council facilities. They can do it in NAIDOC week. Why can't they do it throughout the year? And 1 week out of 52 is not good enough when it comes to real and proper reconciliation. Not for us anyway, Chair. Obviously, it is for the LNP. Obviously it is for the LNP because that is their approach. I couldn't quite believe the indignation in Councillor Howard's public statement that I should have looked up for 1 week, saw that it was flying on the Story Bridge and be happy and shut up. I just cannot believe the thought process that would go through Councillor Howard's mind to think that that was an appropriate response to this really serious issue of flying the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags on our most prominent public asset. We are bitterly disappointed in this petition response, but sadly we are not surprised.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks, Chair. Just on item C, I too am deeply disappointed by the response to this petition by this LNP council. Almost 2,500 people called on council to fly the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags from the Story Bridge permanently. We know that council does this already on special occasions. The precedent is there. Councillor Howard has confirmed it in that strange social media exchange to Councillor Cassidy. So in responding to Councillor Cassidy, adding his voice to the call of thousands saying please fly the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags on the Story Bridge all the time, the LNPs say, no, it's fine, nothing to see here, everything's all good already, because we already fly it for 1 week every year. So my question is, why not leave it up? The Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags could be flying right now from the Story Bridge, but it is a political decision made by this 20-year-old tired LNP council to not fly those flags. The response to this petition to those 2,500 Brisbane residents who want to acknowledge the history of this city, they want to acknowledge over 65,000 years of connection to this country, the response to this petition is deeply disappointing, but it's not surprising given the LNP's track record. They actively do not support a yes vote in the referendum on a voice to Parliament. The leader of the LNP nationally, the person who wants to be the Prime Minister of this country, walked out of the apology to the stolen generation, and now they refuse to permanently fly the flag. This response is just more proof of how deeply conservative this LNP administration really is.
Are there any further speakers?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I get up, I rise to speak on one of the petitions here, petition A, which is petition requesting Council proactively clears the creeks and waterways of Rockley and the surrounding suburbs to maximise draining capacity in the event of heavy rainfall and minimise the risk of flooding. Pretty reasonable request, wouldn't you say? Pretty reasonable request. And it's sad that residents have to ask for this. But let me just remind the chamber and the new councillors, Rockley is a very low area in our city, in fact one of the lowest areas. And it doesn't have one creek or one waterway that floods it. 3, 4, 5, it's got 6. So it's got Archfield Canal, it's got Rocky Waterholes Creek, it's got Stable Swamp Creek, it's got Oxley Creek, it's got Blunder Creek, and it's got the Brisbane River. So flooding can come from any of those areas. In fact, when I'm down with residents in Rockley, standing beside the creek is tidal. So it's going up and down with the tide. And that's how many miles up the Brisbane River? So the concern here, and it's certainly been building over the last 5 or 6 years, it's been in all my budget submissions, all of them. It's been in all my discussions with council officers. It's been in all my requests that we continue clearing the creeks out. And it has been for the whole term that I've been in office, which is a while. I haven't just been asking for the creeks to be cleared, I've also been asking for house buyback, I've been asking for house raising, and I've been asking for better redevelopment of some of our waterways. Now, this is, for me, this is the reason why I'm not voting for a $141 million new inner city park that's got all the gold and silver thrown over it, but we can't do the basics in the suburbs. Now, I had a mobile office last week with my federal member, and it was at Rockley train station, or just opposite Rockley train station in a great little cafe there. And I had a number of residents come and see us, and generally what I find is they don't want to speak to the federal member, they want to say hello to the federal member, they come to us for the issues. Yes. And that's certainly what a number of people did. So I'll give you an example, Lord Mayor. One of those residents who was affected by the flood a year and a half ago is still living in her tent. Still living in her tent. I had another resident who was crying because she still can't find out what's going on with her house. And then I had another resident who was crying because the drainage is so bad. I can take you out and I can let you meet these people. They're there. They want to meet you. In fact, what happened here was we had 3 public meetings. And finally, we had a public meeting where the Lord Mayor was invited to come. Now, the Lord Mayor didn't come. Lord Mayor was overseas, as I've stated previously, but someone from his office came. Michael came. So thank you, Michael, for coming along and listening. I appreciate that. But the difficulty was, it's the Mayor they wanted to talk to. Now, I'm here representing them and telling you, Lord Mayor, what their issues are, but they want to see regular money spent on these creeks. They don't want to have to go to the media. They don't want to have to come to me crying to say we need these creeks cleared out. They want the weeds and the weed species removed from the creeks. They want where logs have fallen across the creek, they want that removed. And you know what, we can do it, we're just not doing it. And my concern consistently is, and this inner city focus is just absurd. The inner city focus where all these billions, it's billions of dollars are going, of residents' money is going, and basics like this are not happening. So I support this recommendation, yes, but what they're saying is be proactive. Don't wait for us to come screaming and crying or wait for a flood for us to go, hey, council, you need to be doing better. And I say that to the officers too, because I hope the officers are providing independent advice, they used to, and saying, yes, we need to be clearing this creek out. I hope officers aren't just running off on little tasks they're given by people from the Lord Mayor's party and missing out on some of the basics in these wards because they've got other projects to pursue. I really hope that, because that's not their job, that's not the way council is meant to work, and that means regular people from suburbs like mine are missing out. So what I want to stress is, Lord Mayor, these people are angry, they're tired and exhausted, and they really want to see some action, not just this year, but every year. They want to see some action so their waterways are clear and that we get on with the story of ensuring that we're reducing as much as possible flooding through Rockley. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Oh, thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to briefly speak on item C. And firstly, I'd like to draw the Chamber's attention to the fact that this petition about the flags on the Story Bridge was submitted by then Councillor Cook after Council announced and adopted its Reconciliation Action Plan. And I think that is important context in this debate. Council's Reconciliation Action Plan, launched in mid-2022, details 90, that's 90, deliverables that guide and advance Council's reconciliation journey, strengthening Council's relationship with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community in the process. The former councillor did not take into consideration the fact that Council had already committed to developing a considered policy around flying both the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flag in consultation with members of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community. This policy is there for all to see within Council's Reconciliation Action Plan and is something that the relevant teams within Council are actively working on at the moment. This policy, which is currently under development, does not only cover locations such as the Story Bridge, but locations across Brisbane, such as King George Square, where the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags are currently flown proudly alongside the Australian flag. A clear, considered policy developed in consultation with members of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community is what is needed in this case. With respect to the former councillor, had she taken time to read through Council's Reconciliation Action Plan, she would have known that this policy was something that Council would be developing as part of our RAP. Council's policy around where, when and how both the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags are flown across Brisbane is currently under development, and we think that it is only appropriate that a considered development of this policy is allowed to enable it to provide the appropriate recognition and acknowledgement of Brisbane's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the great work that is currently being done within our Inclusive Communities team by members of our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander team, not only in the development of policies such as this one, but also in supporting a number of other teams, branches and divisions across Council in their reconciliation journey, and I commend it to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I wasn't going to speak on this item, but just briefly on the petition. Yes, the Reconciliation Action Plan
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, which one?
The petition, item 1A.
A, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just very briefly, yes, the Reconciliation Action Plan.
Point of order, Mr Chair. I don't believe item A is the Reconciliation Action Plan.
Oh, thank you, Councillor
I
Howard.
apologise. I'll put my glasses on.
Item C, Councillor Johnson.
A is the creeks in Rockley, and I support Councillor Griffiths on that matter. Item C is the petition.
Thank you very much.
And I just want to say I agree with Councillor Cassidy on this issue. I think Council can be doing more. Council did release a Reconciliation Action Plan, but it's very clear that Council doesn't actually want to support that plan. We know that the Reconciliation Action Plan actively supports a voice to Parliament. Very clearly, that's one of the objectives that Councillor Howard has just outlined. And yet you'd think it was the most toxic thing that was ever raised if you listen to the Lord Mayor's comments on the voice to Parliament and the games that they play when that matter comes up for debate here and the games they play up the road in Brisbane Square. So I just say to Councillor Howard, yes, there is a Reconciliation Action Plan. Instead of saying you've got one, the key is to deliver it. And Councillor Cook stood up and tried to do something positive to get this council to do something. Not just have a plan that it doesn't want to actually do anything about and won't defend or won't support or talks out the side of its mouth about, but will actually do something. I don't see why this can't happen more regularly, if not permanently. It's a respectful thing to do and we should be looking at doing it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Sorry, my voice is starting to go. Any further speakers? Councillor Marx, right or reply? No right or reply. We'll now put item A first. Item A. All those in favour of item A, please say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We'll now put items B and C together. B and C. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier. Ayes to my left, noes to my right. Please ring the bells. I've got to figure out a poem for that. Ayes to my left, noes to my right. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried, and I will remind councillors that while the clerks are reading out the result, can we please have a bit of silence? Thank you. Councillor Howard. Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee decisions, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the winter recess 2023 on matters usually considered by the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee be noted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the winter recess 2023 on matters usually considered by the Committee, Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee be noted. Councillor Howard.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Mr Chair, I would like to declare to announce a declarable conflict of interest in Clause A. I have received hospitality totalling more than 500 but less than 2,000 from the Brisbane Racing Club within the relevant period, and as such I will remove myself from the chamber for the duration of the debate and voting on this item.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Just one moment, please, Councillor Allen, before we start. Councillor Johnson. Again, I will remind you, I will consider this an act of disorder. Please stop calling out across the chamber. Councillor Allen, you've got the call.
Mr Chair, I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause A. I have received hospitality totalling more than $500 but less than $2,000 from the Brisbane Racing Club within the relevant period. As such, I will remove myself from the chamber for the duration of debate and voting on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Marx.
Point of order, Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in Clause A. I have received gifts totalling more than 500 but less than 2,000 from the Brisbane Racing Club within the relevant period. As such, I will remove myself from the chamber for the duration of debate and voting on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Marx. I see no one else rising to their feet. Councillor Howard, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, there was only one item, which was a petition requesting Council address the Stafford Bowls Club redevelopment. This petition was lodged in the Council, and can I put on the record my huge thanks to the local councillor, Councillor Hammond, who suffered greatly by the misinformation that was spread about this particular redevelopment. And through you, Mr Chair, I would just like to draw the Chamber's attention to the response that is here, where it is very clearly set out the steps that were taken, and I will leave further debate to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this item before us today. A petition requesting Council address the Stafford Bowls Club redevelopment. We know that the Stafford Bowls Club has been sitting in a state of disrepair and has been totally neglected for the last 6 years. It's no longer a place where the community can gather, where they can come together, where they can socialise with friends and family, where local events can occur, where local community groups can use it. It's fenced off and boarded up. Well, it wasn't very well fenced off before the Brisbane Racing Club took hold of it. It was a pretty bad place. It was in a pretty bad place, and there was some very unsavoury things happening there on this LNP administration's watch. And we know that community clubs have done it tough for a long time, and bowls clubs as well. And we know this administration looked at a bowls club strategy some time ago, got one developed and then put it in the bottom drawer and forgot all about it. And we've seen bowls club after bowls club after bowls club fall over. So instead of supporting the people of Stafford and having a bowls club or a community club of some sort in the form of bowls club, and that asset being returned to the community as a community facility, all the Lord Mayor and all Councillor Hammond saw were dollar signs. 100%. That's all they saw. And this has become their modus operandi, Chair. If they can make some money out of it, they'll do it. If they can make some money out of a public asset to council.
Just one moment, Councillor. Point of order, Councillor Owen.
Councillor Cassidy's imputing motive. I ask him to withdraw.
Councillor Cassidy, would you consider withdrawing?
What's your ruling on that?
Well, if you are imputing motive, yes, I would recommend that you do withdraw.
Is that what you used to say?
I would recommend that you do withdraw.
Withdraw what?
Your...
I didn't
No,
hear
that's
that,
fine. Please continue.
So this council administration, sorry, we'll clarify, I'm not talking about personal gain here, absolutely not. I'd make that very clear, I'm not suggesting that at all. But council's approach under this LNP administration is to commercialise public spaces. That is their approach. We see that everywhere. We've seen that in the last week up at the Mount Cootha Botanic Gardens, commercialise that public space. We see it out the front. The King George Square is commercialised every other day of the week. The restaurants on the New Green Bridge are commercialising public spaces. We see that all the time, so they have form in this place. But residents out there at Stafford wanted to see a different outcome at that community club. They were fed up by being ignored by their local LNP councillor, Councillor Hammond, and the LNP mayor, Adrian Schrinner, and they were forced to start a petition to get their voices heard because their voices weren't being heard in this chamber by their local councillor. Their local councillor wasn't representing that community. Councillor Hammond was not representing that local community's wishes. What we saw was an administration go down a certain path in awarding the lease to the Brisbane Racing Club. That was the position they were supporting. They weren't supporting the local community, and the community felt that. So they started this petition before us today. And it's not a particularly outrageous petition when you read through the details. If you listen to Councillor Howard, you might think that it was terrible, and it was a terrible personal attack on Councillor Hammond. But what this petition asks for is that the lease arrangements are put on hold for the opportunity for an open and transparent engagement with sporting organisations and the community, the local community, who owns this bowls club. As ratepayers of Brisbane, the community owns this asset, on how the bowls club could be redeveloped as a community facility. That's right. That doesn't sound like a particularly big deal to me. No. Sounds like a good outcome. But I think I know why the Lord Mayor and Councillor Hammond and the LNP administration here don't really want that community consultation. We know that the arrangements that are in place now were done behind closed doors. They were brought here for a tick and flick exercise, for a rubber stamp, for their local councillor, Councillor Hammond and the Lord Mayor, to just rubber stamp the transfer of a lease from one large organisation to another, and for them to be able to make, I imagine, quite a substantial amount of money. I don't think the Brisbane Racing Club is doing this out of charity. They're going to make an enormous amount of money out of this operation, and if they can be required to put in a couple of $100,000 into the community, you can imagine the kind of profit that they're going to take out of this place. So maybe the community's wishes about a council that actually invested in community facilities and opened them up for the community rather than flogging them off to large organisations like the Brisbane Racing Club is a better approach than the one the LNP is proposing. So petitioners are frustrated. They're frustrated by their local council not representing them, by this LNP council going down the path that it did in awarding a lease in secret without the community's input. And they're now frustrated with this petition response before us today. It's not even really a response at all. It doesn't address their concerns, makes no commitment to listening to the community or their point of view whatsoever. Crushers couldn't get the work done that they needed to do. They breached their lease, and residents are wary of what the outcome of this new Brisbane Racing Club lease will be. There was a red flag originally where we raised the concerns about the ability for Crushers to actually carry out those terms of that lease. When that was awarded, we said we will support it, but raised some serious concerns about their ability to do it. We sort of took it on face value. When you fast forward to the point of transferring that lease that couldn't be executed, couldn't be delivered to the Brisbane Racing Club with no questions asked, that raises a lot of questions. When there's no questions asked in here by local LNP councillors of this administration, the community is left to ask those questions all on their own. But they're not entirely on their own. We've got their back on this side of the chamber, and I've been out there and spoken to those residents at the Stafford Bowls Club site and listened to their concerns, have raised them in this chamber, have continued to raise them and raise them more and more. And there is a better way to do this in the community. There's a better way to represent the community in this place, and there's a better way to deliver for the community. And that's in the Marchant Ward's case is voting out Councillor Hammond and voting in Darren Mitchell as the new councillor out there.
Chair?
Point of order, Councillor Owen.
Will Councillor Cassidy take a question?
Councillor Cassidy.
I will actually. I will.
Sorry, just one moment, please, Councillor Owen. Sorry, I didn't hear Councillor.
Yeah, I'll take a question.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor
Through
Cassidy,
you, Mr. Chair, in the interest of transparency and secrecy, and given that Councillor Cassidy has raised the ALP candidate in Marchant Ward, can you truthfully tell this chamber that the status of the ownership of a particular racehorse that is owned by your candidate?
Defamation. Defamation. Because it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
Councillor,
it's a smear campaign, yes. A smear campaign. You should have checked. You should have checked the facts.
Councillors, stop. Stop. Councillor Cassidy, addressing other councillors on the other side of the chamber goes through the chair. That is your last warning. Next warning is an act of disorder. Is that understood?
Yeah, absolutely, Chair.
Thank you. The rest of you, behave. Councillor Cassidy.
So in answering that question, Councillor Owen has belled the cat here, because I know other LNP councillors have been out there trying to spread this defamatory slur on Darren Mitchell, but it's not true. So there's been some suggestion that the Labor candidate owns racehorses out there. It's not true, but now you're on record and you have no protection in this place. Councillor Owen, through you, Chair. There is no protection in this place, so Councillor Owen's engaging in defamation here today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Owen. Shame on you. And if this is any indication of the kind of campaign the LNP is going to run in March 2024, they're pretty bloody desperate, Chair, I think, if they're going to start defaming people in the council chamber.
Councillor Cassidy, you're running out of time. Back to the report.
Thanks very much, Chair. So, you know, if councillors want to know how they can support the community in an ongoing way beyond this petition being voted on today, the community is selling beers now to fundraise for the fight against this LNP administration. Stafford's bitter. And they are. Stafford's bitter. Stafford's bitter. You can buy a case of this beer about Stafford's bitter about closed door deal. The community's not going to give up. The community won't accept the response from this LNP administration. They know, the community knows the LNP is not acting in their best interests. Stafford is certainly bitter about this outcome, and I think the LNP administration is going to get what's coming to them in March 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Any further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to add a couple of other notes to this. I mean, with this petition, I mean, 907 residents, and we know here in this chamber, many more there's a lot of discontent out there. Like I said, I grew up in Stafford, and I visit there often because my family's still there. Because it is it's the deal to transfer this lease from Crushers Leagues Club to Brisbane Racing Club. And, you know, one of the clearest issues here is the fact that the lease didn't go to tender again once it was clear that Crushers Leagues Club had breached their lease. And that transfer was behind closed door. I see that this response says that this is a regular thing. It's happened 10 times over the past 5 years. I mean, 10 times over 5 years doesn't seem like a lot of times, does it, when we're talking about a council that deals with so many leases every year? That's about 2, you know, every year over 5 years. And the thing is, the reason why the request of this petition to halt and go to do engagement and maybe go out to another lease is the fact that we know that there's about 150 community groups on the Brisbane City Council waiting list for community facilities. And we know that in 2019 that the tender for this facility was very competitive. I am going to touch on something really quickly. Earlier today, Councillor Murphy was talking about youth crime, right? But this is the thing, we know the provision of youth facilities, youth sporting clubs, youth safe spaces, and these are all critical elements of prevention for youths turning to crime. So if we actually wanted to do something about it as Brisbane City Council, we'd be looking at Stafford Bowls Club becoming a community hub. And the interesting thing, of course, about it is that it is in the heart of the Stafford community, right? Right next to Stafford City. Right there, I'm familiar with the place well. So we're talking about a place that's going to be privatised, commercialised in the heart of Stafford. You know, maybe the Lord Mayor will call all these petitioners NIMBYs too, since they don't want this privatised, the privatised Bowls Club to become, you know, a Brisbane Racing Club's new pokies den. So I just wanted to say that because I think it's really, like, there was a choice here and there was a choice, and the community is vocal about this, and I think that community's voice will continue to grow. And I mean, Stafford's bitter. I'm going to buy a 6-pack. How about you?
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Just briefly on the item A. I think it's really sad they've got a result to fundraising, but I think it's incredibly clever, and I'm going to look into how to get some, because I think that would be a great way to support the community who are trying to do something for themselves. I just would like to point out a couple of things. That the local councillor for this area is not present today. She doesn't want to be seen anywhere near this. Her community is angry about this, and they don't
Point of order,
support...
Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Owen.
Councillor Hammond has been present today by video link earlier. I think Councillor Johnston is misleading the chamber.
Thank you. It is not a valid point of order, but yes, Councillor Hammond was in the meeting. Councillor Johnson.
Councillor Hammond's not here, and the screen's not on. There's no one here. She's not in the chamber. She's not been an apology. This is a big issue in her electorate, and she is dodging it. She is dodging it, and I just think that's incredibly sad. More importantly, on this issue, I do not support the commercialisation of community facilities. The Brisbane City Council has a cosy relationship with the Brisbane Racing Corporation. That's not going to lead to good outcomes for the local community. It means that a big commercial organisation is going to put in poker machines, rip money out of the community, and instead this council should be investing in community facilities that will support the local community, not put more pressure on them through gambling. It's a fair thing to say. That's what the Brisbane Racing Corporation is all about. So I just think this is an incredibly sad decision that the LNP will not support this local community who want to see a community facility for community purposes, and I don't support what the LNP is doing here.
Councillors, are there any further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This is a cautionary tale about what the Labor-Green alliance will mean for Brisbane. Because we know that Labor started this campaign as a politically motivated campaign.
Councillors, you were heard in silence. Return the courtesy.
Politically motivated campaign, and then it was snatched out of their hands by the Greens and went in a totally different direction, and one which Labor lost complete control of. It was quite extraordinary. So let's go through the history of what's happened here. Obviously, once the Bowls Club ceased to operate, Council looked for other opportunities to activate the site, and the lease was awarded to Crushers Leagues Club. And so Crushers Leagues Club was awarded a lease. It came through this chamber. It included poker machines. It included all of the major features that are being proposed for Brisbane Racing Club, and Labor was entirely comfortable with that arrangement and voted in favour of it. They voted in favour of the lease. They voted in favour of the conditions of the lease. They voted in favour of the commercial terms of the lease, and they voted in favour of the poker machines. That is a fact. And all of the evidence and any look at what has happened here will indicate that this is the truth. When Crushers Leagues Club was not able to enact their lease and move forward with the project, they came to us and asked us to instead assign the lease to Brisbane Racing Club on the same terms that they had signed up for. So Crushers Leagues Club was awarded the lease. Labor voted in favour of it. It was perfectly fine then, but suddenly something changed. What changed? Labor saw a political opportunity here. And so they started a politically motivated campaign where suddenly the lease that they had voted in favour of, they were now against. This is a common story that we see repeated again and again and again here, where suddenly 1 minute they're for something and the next minute they're against it. But as I said, something interesting happened here, because while Labor tried to make it about the lease, which they were happy to vote for Crushers Leagues Club, they tried to suggest that there was something untowards about assigning the same lease that they had approved to another organisation, the lease that they had voted in favour of, to another organisation to enact. So they tried to suggest there was something untoward about this deal, but then enter the Greens. Dun, dun, dun. The Greens made it about poker machines. The Greens made it about their hatred for the racing industry and their desire to see the racing industry close down. And we've seen the wannabe Lord Mayoral candidate pushing this agenda in public just recently. And so what happened then is the Greens activated their machine, their political campaign machine. They used federal taxpayer dollars to campaign on this through the federal member. And his push was no poker machines on public land. And this created a massive wedge for Labor, because guess what? It's not the council that signs off on poker machines, it's the Labor state government. And so talk about something blowing up in their face, that is exactly what happened. The Greens snatched the issue and Labor got left holding the baby. And so what did they do? The Labor state government signed off on this poker machine application. Now, someone might say, oh, well, there's fewer poker machines. Doesn't matter. The Greens were campaigning for no poker machines on public land. And might I point out that year in, year out, Labor councillors have come in here supporting clubs to be awarded leases that have poker machines. And in fact, Councillor Strunk continues to get up in this space and talk about the Lion in his area in Richlands, which has, I think from memory, 100, 200, 300 poker machines. He wants them to become even bigger. So don't believe that Labor's against poker machines. They are totally in favour of it. And Kedron Wable Services Club lease, I think I pointed out, they were given a 70-year lease by Labor. So Labor loves poker machines. So you can see what's happened here. Labor sought to start a politically motivated campaign. They changed their position. They supported something one day. They then decided not to support it. The Greens snatched it off them. And now we have a situation where the Labor state government has signed off on the poker machines. So this is proceeding. This project will proceed. There will be an upgrade of the facility, an investment of millions of dollars into the facility, and then an ongoing contribution to the community and sports of at least $200,000 a year. And this is a good outcome for the community. I know it's a good outcome. And secretly, Labor knows it's a good outcome because they voted for the same deal when it was a Crushers Leagues Club deal. But the cautionary tale here is, if a Green Labor alliance controlled City Hall, you can imagine the chaos. The chaos. Because we would see this scenario repeated time and time again, where Labor tried to do something, and for the Greens it's never enough. Never good enough. And we know that the Greens will be pulling the strings in this scenario. And we've seen this in other places as well. In fact, the Labor-Green alliance that operates in Canberra. Canberra. You know, we've seen what happens there. We've seen Green MPs being part of the cabinet and making decisions as cabinet ministers, but then the Green MPs who aren't part of the cabinet criticising decisions of the cabinet. This is the kind of chaos that the residents of Brisbane have the opportunity to experience after March next year. They have illustrated in this very issue why they are not fit to run Australia's largest council. Stability and experience on one hand, plans for the future, investment in parks, community facilities, infrastructure, green space. That's our record. That's what we'll continue to do.
Just one moment,
Chaos
Lord Mayor.
on the other
Point of
side.
order, Councillor Johnson.
I'm just seeking your ruling on the Lord Mayor's, I don't know, fundamental misrepresentation of the federal cabinet, which does not contain any members of the Greens.
Councillor Johnson. Councillors, please.
Oh, you're not... Yeah.
Councillor Massey.
All right.
Right. No, Councillor Massey, we're going to have a bit of shush.
All right.
I've been asked to make a ruling. I'm going to make it. Right? We good?
Yeah.
I don't uphold
If
your
he
point of
means
order.
the ACT territory government, perhaps he should be clearer. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, you've got the call.
Thank you, Mr Chair. There's only one thing worse than a Green Labor alliance, and that's a Green Labor Johnston administration. Because you can imagine everyone going in 3 different directions. It would be a farce. Because... Well, you know what? The people of Brisbane should be really, really worried about it. Because after a significant period of progress and stability for our city, all of that is at risk in March next year, and we will stand up every week and call these people out for their destructive policies, their destructive approach that stops housing being built, that stops good projects happening, that stops investment in community clubs and sporting clubs, and an approach that doesn't see a consistent position taken on anything. They can't agree amongst themselves, going in 3 different directions on that side. We are going in one direction, and that is towards progress. That is towards a better Brisbane. This issue, as I said, should be a cautionary tale about what the other side would do if they ever got control of this council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Are there any further speakers?
There's 3. There'll be 3.
Councillor Griffiths, do you mind if we have Councillor Whitney first? I think ladies first, if you don't mind me saying
That's
that.
fine. That's okay. That's okay. I'm sure I'll give Steve a chance to speak. Councillor Griffiths, sorry. I just wanted to, I rise to stand to talk about the petition regarding Stafford Bowls Club. Really all I wanted to say was perhaps the Lord Mayor should look at the coalition between the Greens and the LNP in Canberra, not the ACT government, and the only person talking about a Greens-Labor coalition is him, and I think we might be under his skin.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, and I also...
Oh, sorry. Sorry, my apologies, Councillor Owen, I didn't see you rise.
Thank you.
You've got the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair, for your indulgence. Mr Chair, Councillor Hammond has been present today via video link, and I just want to place it on the record that she has been part of this council meeting, so contrary to comments from people on the opposite side. In order to provide some context...
Just one moment, Councillor Owen. Point of order, Councillor
Claim to be
Johnson.
misrepresented.
Thank you. Noted. Please continue.
Just to provide some context to this debate, there was a letter that was sent from Councillor Hammond to the Greens member for Brisbane, and I would just like to put this onto the public record so that we can ensure we get some context to this debate and some factual referencing from the local councillor, Councillor Fiona Hammond. And the letter says, I refer to your letter of the 8th of February 2023 opposing a new community hub being built in Stafford. There are a number of myths, truths in your letter that need to be addressed. Firstly, Brisbane City Council does not grant community leases to for-profit organisations. An organisation must be registered as a not-for-profit or charity organisation before they are granted a community lease with council. The Brisbane Racing Club is not unlike surf lifesaving clubs, RSLs or other leagues club in this regard. Secondly, the transfer of the lease was not a closed-door deal as you claim. In fact, your letter contains evidence to the contrary. As you mentioned, the transfer of the lease happened at a live-streamed public meeting of full council, of which there is also a publicly available Hansard record where a vote was recorded. Further, transferring a lease from one not-for-profit group to another is not an uncommon occurrence, a far cry from a closed-door deal. The lease transferred to the Brisbane Racing Club is identical in every way to the one that was awarded to Crushers in June 2019. The only difference is that the Brisbane Racing Club want to invest an extra $2.8 million into the site. Thirdly, I reject your claim that the Stafford community is vulnerable in nature. Most of the Stafford community is made up of hard-working professionals, community workers and tradies. It is an insult to call these people vulnerable simply because there exists some social housing in the neighbourhood. On a separate note, I find it impossible to take you seriously regarding gambling when you and your Greens colleagues continue to take money from those who profit from it. I am not talking about a small amount of money either. Electoral Commission of Queensland records show you and your Queensland Greens colleagues have happily accepted nearly $500,000 in political donations from one professional gambler alone. Whoa. You point out that there was a 40% increase in donations from alcohol and gambling companies in 2021-22. No doubt the $334,000 that you and your Queensland Greens colleagues accepted in that same financial year from a professional gambler contributed to this figure. The Greens are likely taking advantage of problem gamblers by willfully accepting money from those who profit from gambling. After all, their winnings ultimately come from those who have lost. I look forward to hearing that the Greens have returned all money received from professional gamblers. Until this occurs, I ask that you cease your hypocritical moralising on these issues. Yours sincerely, Councillor Fiona Hammond, Councillor for Marchant Ward. Hey. So when the Greens stand up in this chamber and try to pontificate, the reality is that they are distributing materials.
Point of order, Councillor Whitney.
Will the councillor take a question?
Councillor Owen, are you happy to take a question?
No, thank you.
No, sorry, Councillor Whitney.
When the Greens get up in this chamber and try and pontificate and distribute materials throughout communities that are factually incorrect and they are not...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Just relevance. I mean, this is about the petition, and it'd be good if we could relate. It would just be good to relate. Oh, look, everybody wants to have a go at the Greens, that's fine, but this is about the petition. It'd be good if we could relate whatever it is that is being discussed back to the petition.
Councillor Johnson, I think it's fair to say that you've been given quite a broad scope of topics today to discuss, and I think we are extending that in this particular case to Councillor Owen. So I think it's fair what you get, Councillor Owen gets. Councillor Owen, please continue.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And for clarity, the Greens federal member for Brisbane distributed material about this very matter, and Councillor Hammond, the councillor for Marchant Ward, responded to correct the record and point out the factual inaccuracies. Now, we all know that the proceedings of this chamber are live streamed, that there is a Hansard record, and that there was a vote on this matter in this chamber. Now, they are the facts. The reality is that there are people out there that are not conveying correct facts, that there are discrepancies in certain moralities as far as what should be happening with gambling funds. So you can't say one thing and then do another, because that is what the meaning of hypocrisy is. So when we're talking about this situation, we have to be very clear. So Councillor Hammond has made it explicitly clear in that letter that she has formally sent that is a matter of public record, and that has now been placed into the public record in the Hansard of this chamber on her behalf. So I think it's very important that attention gets paid to the facts that have been revealed in that letter. It was a very carefully constructed letter that was not adversarial, it was factual, and that is the way it needs to be treated.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Are there any further speakers? Oh, sorry, your point of misrepresentation, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. On my point of misrepresentation, I'd like to correct the factual inaccuracies of what Councillor Owen has said. In my speech earlier today, I said that Councillor Hammond was not in the chamber to debate this item, and she's not here. She is not in her seat. There's an empty seat on the other side of the chamber. The screen is black. So the morality of someone standing up and trying to imply that
Councillor
that person
Johnson,
is here demonstrates hypocrisy.
Councillor Johnson, we do not debate misrepresentation. It's a fact-correcting exercise. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I'm also going to speak in relation to the Stafford Bowls Club, and all I can say is neglect, neglect, neglect. And what we know is the record of this administration, this mayor, and he's leaving the chamber, is that we have this council, this LNP council. Let's face it, you've got the majority. So for the last 20 years, this LNP council have neglected our community facilities. And this LNP council has a clear record in relation to the community facilities. We own the land, as in council owns the land. You guys own the facility, you do it up. You do what you like to it. We'll give you scraps of money to help you do it, but essentially it's your problem. So that's what they believe. And that's good. 20 years of it, that's what they believe, and that's what we need to take to the election. This is what you've delivered over 20 years, and this is what we'll do. And I think there's going to be a marked contrast. And with the Bowls Club, with many bowls clubs in Brisbane, they've either been let go, so they're falling apart, like Maruka Bowls Club, like East Brisbane Bowls Club. They've been left empty and going nowhere. They've either been, there's been moves to have one of those bowls clubs developed into a high-rise. And that was brought through on a meeting just before Christmas. And that was the East Brisbane Bowls Club. And we're going to give it to the CBIC for them to develop a private high-rise on it. Wow, amazing, incredible. This is the view of our community facilities, that our community facilities aren't really community. They're for the developers. They're for the mates. They're for the friends. And that's what's happening here with Stafford Bowls Club. And can I have warning flashing signs? I went through this with Acacia Ridge Football Club, where they came out, and I've never seen so many Mercedes and whatever parked in the car park. They left the inner city and they all told me how they'd driven out into Never Never Land, and they'd gone to Acacia Ridge, and how they were there to help the good people of Acacia Ridge because they were going to invest in this site. You know what? They did invest in the site. They invested in the pokies room. They rebuilt the pokies room. Have they done the car park? Have they done any upgrades to the facility? Have they helped implement the plan that council has done? It's sitting in a drawer in my office waiting to be done? No, haven't done anything. Not a thing. That's what you guys stand for. That's what you're allowing to happen on your watch. That's what you're allowing to happen on your watch. You think that's okay? If you want to address me, Mr. Chair, should he address me through you? All right, I'm just checking. I was waiting for the chair to pick you up.
Sorry, Councillor Griffiths, you're talking directly to Councillor Murphy. You should be directing it through
I wasn't.
me.
I was actually talking to you.
Point of order. Point of order.
I just want some fairness.
Murphy is clearly
I know. I was just playing on the hypocrisy and...
Well, you've warned
Councillor
me,
Johnson,
others.
yes,
Are
I
you
have.
going to warn Councillor Murphy?
Can you please resume
you managed
your
to do
seat?
that proactively when it's one of us.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. You can resume your seat. Councillor Murphy, I will remind you. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths, you've got the call.
Yep, I've got the call. What I want to say is this is wrong. This shouldn't be happening. We should be taking our community facilities, we, the council, should be taking our community facilities and spending money on them, spending residents' money on them to do them up and give them to the community for the community to run. Just like we did with this building, we did it up so we can be here. And that's what we should be doing for all the community facilities out there who want it, is do it up, do them up to the same level like other councils around us do. Maybe we spend a bit less on Victoria Park and we deliver good facilities in the suburbs for everyone, right across the city as a standard. Not whether you're a mate of the Lord Mayor and you run into him at a fundraising dinner and he goes, yeah, I can do that, as I've recently heard from someone. That's not the way you should be doing business in this city. It should be that we are delivering a product for everyone in the city, and that those community facilities are accessible. Those community facilities are all up to date. They're safe, and our committees aren't trying to raise little bits of money to fix up damaged facilities. They're actually getting on with running great events.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
Councillor Griffiths just referred to the Lord Mayor working with someone behind the scenes, doing something for their mates as a fundraiser. And I just ask for your ruling as to whether that is appropriate and it's imputing motive here in this chamber.
Councillor Griffiths, would you consider withdrawing your comment?
Oh, look, I know what I heard from this resident, and I think that I was quite surprised what I heard from this resident.
And
so
you do acknowledge that there is no protection in this place?
I do acknowledge there's no protection in this place, and
please,
I'm sure that resident has no problem speaking up about it.
Please continue.
What I want to say is what we're seeing is this obscene spending of money in the inner city, another $141 million today, but our community facilities are falling down. And what the Lord Mayor and what the LNP are trying to make the debate about is about gambling. The debate is actually about whether this council, this very wealthy council, should be funding and looking after our community facilities so that they're available for every resident, not just some residents. Every resident in this city gets looked after and all their facilities are at the same standard delivered by this council. That's the position that I certainly believe we should be taking, not trying to take this off into some other debate which is just being political. Thank you.
Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to speak on this particular item, but of course the Lord Mayor dragged me into it with that diatribe that he went through, because he knows that change is coming. And he knows that change is going to come, and there's going to be a different look come that March next year. And none of us know exactly what that is, but he knows change is coming. And he doesn't like it. No one likes change. Anyways, listen, for me, this particular petition, the petitioners and what it's all about basically boils down to two things, and that's transparency and process, good corporate process. Now, the councillor for the GABA said that there was probably 10 times in the last 5 years this type of process took place when it was coming to awarding a contract or a lease to another group or organization behind the scenes, basically, without it going out to public process or public tender. But 10 times doesn't make it right? It's still wrong. And if you just think about it just for a minute, and I think people, if there's a few people that are watching this, the debate about this, and they hear the fact that one group can go to another group and say, listen, we can't really afford this contract, this lease. We're going to have to surrender, but will you take it over? Will you take it over? And then we'll go off to the council and see if it's okay, right? Now, if that's the case, nothing would go out to public tender, because at some stage, some groups decide to surrender or not to renew a lease, And if they can sort of, before that all happens, can go off to another group or organization that they have contact with and a friendship with or whatever, and say, listen, would you like to just take over this lease, maybe the last 2 years or years?
Councillor Strunk, can I just pull you up there? I just want to issue you a caution. It sounds very much like you're accusing council officers of not following due process.
No, I didn't. No, well, because there really isn't. There really wasn't a process. It didn't go out to public tender. It just got done behind. It just got done behind closed doors, but no one knew about it until it was a fait accompli. So, or until it came to the chamber to be ratified. So, I just think it's the transparency in the process is really flawed here. I don't think anyone who would believe that that was a good process to go through to award or to transfer and award, of course, a lease to a new group or organization to take that over from another organization. I just don't think it's a good thing, a good process. It should just go out to public tender. They surrender it, goes out to public tender, and then everyone has those 150 organizations that are looking to take up a lease somewhere in Brisbane would be able to have the opportunity to submit their submission for a particular lease that's coming up. So that, to me, that's what it boils down to. As far as the poker machines go, I've never seen anything bad about poker machines. I mean, I don't play them myself, but I know a lot of people do, and they have a lot of fun doing it. I know, but it's their money. They can spend it whichever way they want. I'm not going to prescribe how people should spend their money, and I think the number actually at the Lions is about 174. So at the last count, so I think it's about 174, right? But it's not well over 200 or anything like that. It's I don't know if that's a large number or a small number. I don't know that much about. Again, we don't ever get asked in regards to poker machines when it comes to a submission made to the state government. Really, we don't really have much say in that. So I don't really know what's a lot or little when it comes to poker machines. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Are there any further speakers? I see no one rising. Councillor Howard, right or reply?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and that's been quite a debate, and it's a shame that Councillor Cassidy was out of the chamber for most of the debate, and interesting to hear from Councillor Strunk about transparency and process, because I want to talk about transparency and process. Examples of recent transfers include Acacia Ridge Community.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I can hear someone from across the chamber laughing at the mispronunciation of another councillor's name.
I do believe Councillor Murphy was coughing and had to leave the chamber. Thank you, Councillor, and that's not a valid point of order, by the way. Councillor Howard, you've got the call.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just pointing out that some examples of recent transfers include Acacia Ridge Community Support Inc. transferring to Communify, and the Good Samaritan Housing to St Vincent de Paul Society. We have a number of these over a period of time, and it is because of the good work of our council officers that transparency and process are followed to the very letter of the law. Now, we heard a lot of debate in the chamber about this, and we heard the Lord Mayor give a little bit of a history, and I'd like to just add to that history by quoting the then leader of the Brisbane City Council Labor Party when this very lease was brought here. So on the 11th of June 2019, Councillor Cummings said, "It's certainly not a licence to make money. I believe the Crushers Club may be obliged to take on a fair bit of debt to pay for the upgrade, but any arrangement which helps junior sport and bowls is one which we'll support, Mr. Chair." So what's changed when it comes to the position of the Labor Party regarding this lease? Well, apart from assigning the lease to a different entity, the only thing that has changed is the fact that Crushers intended to invest a little over $4.5 million into activating the site, and the lease assignee, Brisbane Racing Club, wished to invest 7.5 million into this new facility. So if those opposite were genuinely concerned about the contents of this lease, it would have been only appropriate for them to first raise their opposition to this in 2019. But no, the Labor Party threw their support behind the Crushers League Club lease in 2019. In the intervening period, Crushers League Club were unable to activate the premise, and those in the chamber, I'm not going to go back over because we've had it all a million times before, but we must truly understand that these are not unusual things that we do. A new lease was awarded to the Brisbane Racing Club at Mortimer Road on the 13th of March 2018. The Labor councillor for Maruka had this to say, and I quote, "I look forward to working with this club. I think it can bring benefits to our local community. I think there's lots of partnerships that can happen." They went on to say, "Already I've worked with Brisbane Racing Club to get a partnership going around the Acacia Ridge Christmas in the car park event that happens every year. This we should see as an opportunity for the local community to bring together employment, community sports and recreation facilities, and also to bring together employment outcomes for local residents. Having a facility that provides local residents with a vibrant community hub is also what we wish to see at the Stafford Bowls Club." So it's one of those things. It just defies my. I don't know. Words fail me, because Brisbane Racing Company is wanting to support the local community. They've committed to honour the community support obligations within the lease, originally held by Crushers, which see a minimum of $200,000 provided per annum to the local community for the first 20 years of the lease, for the benefits not only of the local sporting clubs in that area who so badly need that money, but also with regards to the creation of a new social and community hub in the area. And this item was supported in this chamber late last year. So in conclusion, I just want to put on record yet again the enormous amount of work that the local councillor, Councillor Hammond, has made in this area, representing her community. And that's what this is so important. It is representing her community. And I also want to put on record my thanks to all of the council officers who've worked very diligently on this, and I say a big thank you, and I recommend this to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and I think that's the first time I've ever heard you be lost for words, yes. Councillors, we will now put the report to the chamber. For all those in favour, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Good. Right, let's call it. Clerks, please read the results. Bit of silence, please, councillors.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Could somebody please inform those councillors who were excluded for the debate and vote to return there? They can return to the chamber. Thank you. Councillors, we move on to the next item on the agenda. Are there any petitions? Councillors, do we have any petitions? I don't see anybody.
Mr Chair.
Oh, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I have a petition from local residents requesting the installation of street calming measures on Leighton Street at Wavell Heights.
Any further petitions? Councillor Mackay, you've got one. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I've just got a meeting for a park name, the meeting place. So.
Thank you. Park naming, yep. Yeah, that's okay.
Chair, we'll have to do it next week.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Hutton, can I have a motion, please, to accept petitions?
Sure. Mr Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. We'll record that as an aye, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Point of order, Chair. In accordance with section 42B, I move that we take the following motion off the table.
Certainly.
Brisbane City Council resolves to produce concept designs for safe, separated bike lanes running along Vulture Street, West End and Montague Road, West End. Brisbane City Council recognises that subject to further detailed consultation with residents and other stakeholders, it may be necessary to remove the majority of street parking bays from along the northern side of Vulture Street and the eastern sides of Montague Road in order to create enough space for bike lanes.
Seconded.
It's already been moved, Councillor Mackay. We're just rereading the motion. We're just pulling it off that. Yes. Oh, to take it off the table, yes.
It's a motion to take it off the table. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Look, just as a matter of courtesy, this motion was moved before the new local councillor was appointed, so she doesn't know what this motion is. I suspect she's not seen a copy of it, and I think it is a bit disrespectful that this has been done without any notice to her. And if there is a copy of it available, perhaps someone can give it to Councillor Massey so she at least knows what this is. And next time I'd say to the LNP, maybe let her know first.
Just one moment. All right, chill. Councillor Johnson, once the motion is moved and accepted to take it off the table, we can distribute the motion to be read. So all those in favour of taking the motion off the table say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We'll just distribute the motion first, if that's okay. Councillor Hutton. Well done, by the way. So I will read the motion one more time. That Brisbane City Council resolves to produce concept designs for safe separated bike lanes running along Vulture Street, West End and Montague Road, West End. Brisbane City Council recognises that subject to further detailed consultation with residents and other stakeholders, it may be necessary to remove the majority of the street parking from along the northern side of Vulture Street and the eastern side of Montague Road in order to create enough bike lanes. And that motion was moved by Councillor Sharanganathan and seconded by Councillor Johnson. Councillors that have spoken was Councillor Sharanganathan and Councillor Wines. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Now, I rise to take this motion off the table today, as councillors who were here for the budget would be aware that funding has been provided by the state government for a corridor study on Montague Road. Now, the way the motion has been written, it's a bit of a fait accompli. Like, we actually think that the way that Sri Ranganathan had written the motion was that we would be removing parking. Now, we would like to make sure that there is very much consultation done with the local residents there and the businesses to make sure that these bike lanes are appropriate and done in accordance with very much a strong stakeholder engagement piece. So I know that Councillor Massey would be very supportive of a fulsome consultation process, as she has strongly advocated for that previously. So basically we're already undertaking this work, so for this reason we will not be supporting the motion before us.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Are there any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Johnson.
All right, thank you. I rise to speak briefly on the notice of motion creating bike lanes on Vulture Street and Montague Road. I seconded this motion for Councillor Sriranganathan back in December 2022, 8 months ago. And suddenly, of course, this LNP administration think that they can catch Councillor Massey out by bringing something on without even having the courtesy to speak to her. I know that she will stand up and make her position clear in a moment. But what I want to put on the record is that the comments from Councillor Hutton are, well, we really believe in consultation. We think consultation is really important. For 8 months, the LNP has been blocking debate on this motion. For 8 months. The only people who can take it off the table are the LNP because they control the majority vote in this place. So when the LNP says, oh, look, you know, we didn't want this to come forward, but we really want consultation, but we really don't want to talk about this. And now they're saying, well, we're not going to support it because we're already doing it. Yes. Honestly, 8 months the LNP has been sitting on this motion. I, for one, think that's pretty poor politics, particularly when the cycling community are very keen to see additional bike lanes around Brisbane. I can't speak to the issues on this, and I'm sure Councillor Massey will, but I was always happy to support, well, not all of them, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, that was a mistake saying I'd do that. But anyway, it's fair that councillors in this place have someone second their motions, at least for the purposes of debate. That is what's happened for me since I've been an independent, and I was happy to do that for Councillor Sriranganathan and certainly for Councillor Massey if she has motions as well. So I'll leave it to her, but I'd just say to the LNP, you know, there's 20 of you. You completely control the agenda. Absolutely control the agenda. As a modicum of human decency, even in the afternoon tea break, when you're all chatting to Councillor Massey or having a cup of tea with her, somebody could have very politely said, hey, we're taking the motion off the table, and maybe someone on the LNP side could have been a human being and a decent person and said, yes, Councillor Massey, we're going to put that motion back on, and maybe given her an hour's notice that a motion that she wasn't involved in because she wasn't here was coming back on the table. But we know that the LNP want to play these little tricky games. They want to try and get one up on the Greens. I think that's because they must be very worried. I suspect the LNP's got some pretty cool polling, not policy, they wouldn't have any of that.
Councillor Johnson, Councillor Johnson, can I please draw you back to the motion?
Yes, thank you. I think they've got some polling numbers and they're very scared of what the Greens...
I've already asked you to come back to the motion.
This is the Greens. I'm talking about the Greens. If you're
talking about political polling. Come back to the motion.
Okay. If you're saying we can't talk about political parties, then that's great. I'll hop up every time the Lord Mayor does it.
Councillor Johnson.
Every time. If that's your ruling, I'm happy to follow it.
Councillor Johnson, back to the motion, please. I've asked you 3 times. If you disregard my instruction again, I will make a reprimand. Back to the motion.
Right. So just to be clear, the rule is I can't talk about the Greens.
No, just to be clear,
I'm just trying to be
when
clear.
there's a motion on the table, you talk about the motion.
The motion's moved by the Greens.
Talk about the motion.
The motion moved by the Greens. You know, the Greens party, there's a Green here, there used to be a Green before this Green. The Greens moved this motion. How's that for talking about it? Gee whiz. Honestly, if the Lord Mayor can stand up and accuse me of being in some
Councillor Johnson, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law, I hereby request that you cease defying my orders and refrain from exhibiting this conduct in the future.
So just to be clear, I'm not getting a warning first.
There's escalation coming. Please address the motion. Political polling is not in the motion. Address the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, the Greens moved this motion. This area is in a Green ward in the city. The Greens have concerns about improved cycling facilities. That follows a number of deaths in South Brisbane. and they're not the only ones that have concerns about cycling facilities. So my point is, with this, that there is a new Greens councillor in this place, and if the LNP had had any kind of basic human decency, they would have given the heads up to the Greens councillor this afternoon to say your motion's coming back on the table. But that's not how the LNP use their massive majority. They use it to try and play silly political games, and I think that's pathetic.
Thank you. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I will speak to this motion. Firstly, I'm going to begin with the Montague Road project. As I spoke during budgets, this Montague Road project was actually delayed for a year. It's a state government budget that's been given to Brisbane City Council. I think maybe Councillor Wines can update us if the MOU has been signed, but maybe we'll have that conversation another time. A really interesting point that was stated about this concept design.
Councillors. Councillor Massey, you got the call.
Thank you. Something that was repeated once this Montague project was actually on the table for the budget funding was the very clear statement by Councillor Wines that anything found from this project would have to be paid for by state government, right? Nothing would be paid by Brisbane City Council, right? That was a clear statement during the budgets meeting. So I'm going to take a little guess that this is about, again, putting any findings and responsibilities of Brisbane City Council to create safe cycling and active transport and walkable streets to the hands of state government. And a part of doing that is putting this on the table and voting it down. Interestingly enough also, the Montague Road project had actually already started by community groups. Again, Councillor Wines in questioning through budgets had no idea this was happening. This was of course in partnership with Queensland Ballet, right, where they hosted a forum and very clear concept overriding designs were presently there, right? Interestingly enough, after budgets, I talked to that community in Kurilpa West End. Their excitement, and then me having to say and repeat to them that anything found from this would not be delivered by Brisbane City Council. And so this motion, or putting this on the table again to further it and then to reject it, I think is a pretty clear statement to the people of West End and Kurilpa and those residents that have the concerns for safety, that want the separated bikeway in this high-density area. I mean, soon we'll get up to 90 stories, right? Yeah. Right? Their requests will only go through, not through this council. This council won't take responsibility for that. They won't take responsibility for design. They won't take responsibility for concept. They're going to put it all to the state government. And that's what this is about. And interestingly, what this is also about isn't about Vulture Street. Because Vulture Street, of course, is a really long street. The Montague Road project itself is one part of West End. Interestingly enough, on Vulture Street, a bit further down, I asked again in budgets.
Councillors, please continue, Councillor Massey.
I asked again in budgets about a project that the community had been asking for. I'll be transparent, I'll confirm what Councillor Wines' reply was, which was a wombat crossing at West End State School, right? And I asked, Councillor Wines initially said, well, how far? How far away is it from Montague Road? Because maybe we could just include it as a part of the project. Later on, it was confirmed that the state government had previously said that they might take that project on. Obviously, my role as councillor for this community is to keep pushing that project to be delivered. Interestingly, also again, Councillor Wines stated, oh, that's too far away. That school's actually too far away. So by putting this motion back on here, we're just talking about Montague Road, because Vulture Street doesn't just go from goes from Montague Road all the way down. And the Vulture Street component of this is actually something I've talked very recently to with cycling activist groups, and how their fight to ensure that Vulture Street would have separated lanes was a critical part of what I'm going to do. So I'm going to continue that fight, right? Because that Vulture Street separated bikeways is so crucial for connectivity of active transport to the Woolloongabba bikeway. It's also crucial to get to Marta. It's also crucial to get to Boggo Road. We have all the cycling infrastructure that exists within Brisbane that have complete gaps, missing links. Vulture Street is one of those gaps and missing links.
Sorry, Councillor Massey, you've got
Thank you,
the call.
Chair. Vulture Street is one of those missing links. By simply saying that this motion should be taken down because Montague Road project by a state government with a council that's obviously saying we're not going to pay for any of this. It ignores the fact that Vulture Street isn't going to receive anything from the Montague Road project. There will be no investigation further down it. And community members, cyclists, I mean, God, even we need these separated bikeways for people's safety because people die. We've talked about this today. And Vulture Street being added to this, that this LNP council will vote down after moving this motion on today, ignoring the fact that it is a part of this motion, really suggests that this LNP council doesn't really care, right? They don't care. And I think it's completely abhorrent that they would use the excuse of the Montague project from state government to completely dismiss this, because we will continue to fight for active transport connections, for this council to actually do its work and deliver the work it's supposed to do, not just blame state government. And Vulture Street is one of the key places of high density and congestion and traffic, and buses get stuck in there. If we're talking about a clean, green, sustainable Brisbane, we have to create the pathways and the links for people to be able to take up active transport. And right here, again, we see a council willing to throw away the idea of a Vulture Street bikeway, or even the consultation to the creation of concept, to ensure that they wipe their hands clean of any work that they would have to deliver on Montague project or any budget allocation, and that is a shame. And so because of that, I compel councillors to vote for this scene.
Would Councillor Massey take a question?
Councillor Massey? No, I'm sorry, Councillor Hutton. Please continue, Councillor Massey.
And that's why I'm saying I'll keep fighting for this, and I recommend to any councillor in here to vote this motion through. This is a disgrace.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
I think there's been a total misunderstanding in this situation, and this is merely taking it off the table, and it's been overridden by the fact that we have the money from the state government to do the study. There's no project. There is no project. It is, okay, let me say this very clearly, and so Councillor Massey, through you, Mr Chair, can hear this. It's called the Montague Project because that is the name of the line item in the budget book. We have the money from the state government now to do the study. No, because we didn't get the money from the state government for Vulture Street. It's not for Vulture Street, it's for Montague Road. That's not our fault. That doesn't mean we don't look at Vulture Street in the future, but we're not looking at it now. We have the study for Montague Road.
Councillor Wines.
We don't go out with concepts without talking to the community. And if Councillor Massey is right, we'll hear from the community exactly what she's saying. And it will go into the study. But we're not going out to the community and say, this is what we're proposing. We want to hear from them what they want.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation.
So
Noted.
this motion, let me be clear. This motion is now null and void because we're not going out with a preconceived concept. We're definitely not taking out parking lanes without talking to the community, in particular the business community. We are talking consultation with the community, with the money that the state government has given to council to do the community consultation. This motion is null and void. That is why we are voting it down, and we'll be out to the community to talk to them about what they'd like to see in Montague Road. And in the future, without prejudice, look at Vulture Street. But this is the Montague Road study that was in the budget. This motion is null and void. We will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Massey, your misrepresentation.
When I was talking about the Montague Road project, I was actually talking about a community project. You can go through the budgets that actually had looked and done community consultation. I wasn't saying that council had done that project. That was a community consultation process that happened that I mentioned.
Thank you. Councillor Whitney? No. Any other councillors wish to speak on this motion? I see no one. There is no right of reply for this motion, so I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Believe the noes have it. Division called by Councillor Massey and Councillor Johnson. Ayes to my right and noes to my left.
You can see.
Muscle memory kicks in, I get it. Well, when you're ready, I'll call it. And then we're off to general business. Yes, we are. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 1 in favour, 18 against and 6 abstentions.
The motion has been lost. Councillors, please return to your seat for general business.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes. I'm sure Councillor Hutton's next move is to do this, but I'm going to get in. In accordance with section 42.2D, I ask that the motion be taken off the table in relation to my appointment to the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
Seconded.
We have a procedural motion to take... Do we have it there? Just one moment, Councillor Johnson. Deputy Mayor, can I have a motion for a 5-minute adjournment just so we can chase some paperwork, please?
Yes, I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes for the chair to clarify the motion that's been put forward.
Seconded.
We have a motion to adjourn for 5 minutes, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Mackay. For an adjournment for 5 minutes, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, thank you for your indulgence. We've had a request from Councillor Johnson to take a motion off the table with regards to her appointment to the Parks, Environment and Sustainability Committee. Councillor Johnson, for the record, do you have a seconder for your...
Oh, yep.
To take it off the table. to take it off the table. Sorry, so so the motion to take it off the table was moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. To the motion. Oh, sorry, straight to the vote. Procedural, my mistake. All those in favour of taking the motion off the table say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division. Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Yep. Clerks, please read the result. Councillors, silence, please. Councillors, bit of shush.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 18 against.
Councillors, the motion has not been carried. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I just seek your guidance on a procedural issue. This morning at the Infrastructure Committee, an apology motion was moved for Councillor McLaughlin, as well as this meeting. Transportation. Oh, so is Councillor McLaughlin still a councillor of Brisbane City Council?
That's not a proper point of order, but apologies were received by Councillor McLaughlin. We're going to move on to general business, if you don't mind.
So he's being paid but not here. Ooh.
Councillors, hey. Councillors on my right. Councillor Marks. Geez, we're all falling over tonight, aren't we? Councillors, we are up to general business. Are there any statements that are required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? Okay, I see no. Councillor Massey, you're not standing, are you? No, good. I see no one standing. We will move on. Councillors, before I call on Councillor Jensen to make her maiden speech, I'd like to welcome Councillor Jenkinson's family into the chamber. This is a very special moment for all councillors, and for a very long time we have observed the tradition that the maiden speech is heard in silence, and we will continue that in this place. Councillor Jenkinson, I believe you got the call.
Mr Chair, I rise to give my first speech. In 1967, my parents and sister bravely chose to leave their home country of England for a better life. They boarded the Fair Sky ship for just £10 and took 5 weeks to sail to a land they had never seen before, Australia. As the ship docked, they had the choice to disembark in Perth or Sydney. From the limited knowledge they had, they decided Perth was too far away and Sydney was too much like the big city of London they had just left. So they held each other tight and got off in Sydney and took the train to Brisbane. It was August and the Ekka was in full swing. I'm told they had a huge culture shock when they got off the train at South Brisbane Station and saw cowboys everywhere. They were taken to Yungabar Migrant Hostel underneath the Story Bridge for the first few weeks. My dad, a London cabbie, had dreams of joining the Queensland Police Force, but was told that at 30 years of age, he was too old. So he took a job at Boggo Road Jail as a prison officer, which in those days was not a job for the faint-hearted. Shortly after arriving at Yungabar, they moved to a unit on Upper Clifton Terrace at Red Hill in the Paddington ward. After saving hard, a real estate agent drove them to a place called The Gap. In those days, there was lots of vacant land and new estates. Dad told me they chose the block of land with a tree full of lorikeets and he thought he'd arrived in paradise. They were the very first house built on Polana Street. After saving hard, in the 1970s, Brisbane City Hall was the tallest building in the city, and I have many fond memories of the building we meet in today. Each time we would visit the city, Dad would sit me on the guardian lions that protect this space and take me on elevator rides to visit the huge clock tower. I even attended kindercraft here on level 3. This building is so special to me, and I'm so proud to now be serving the Brisbane community as the local councillor for Paddington. Each part of Paddington Ward has touched my life in many ways. I was born at the Royal Brisbane Women's Hospital in Hurston. My first job when I was just 8 years old was making afternoon tea at the Barden Bowls Club. Growing up, I would spend every weekend at the Red Hill Skate Arena. My first school play was held in the auditorium at Kelvin Grove College, and I won't elaborate too much on the countless afternoons spent on Ballymore Hill. When I left home, many of my first share houses were in Paddington, the perfect distance to walk home from a city night out or head down to the Crushers to watch the Crushers play at Lang Park. I got my driver's licence at the Rosalie Testing Centre, and when we moved back from Singapore, we lived in Rosalie and Auchenflower, where our children went to Milton State School. Speaking of Milton, after-school sport on Wednesdays was played at the Milton 10-pin bowling, which is now Frew Park. And Toowong Village was my most recent workplace. I have lived in the inner west of Brisbane for over 40 years. I'm a mum, a wife, a daughter to a 94-year-old mother, a professional career woman, and a proud local. I'm approachable, friendly, down-to-earth and loyal, hardworking, passionate and creative, and I pride myself on being a good listener and bringing people together. I've worked as a community marketing and communications manager for over 30 years with global brands such as McDonald's and Pizza Hut, whose franchisees are dedicated to giving back to their community. I've learned from the best. After promotion to Singapore, where I trained 38 country marketing teams in Asia, Pacific, Middle East and Africa on how their restaurants can be good corporate citizens and give back to their local communities, I came full circle and was the community marketing manager at Redbank Plaza and most recently Toowong Village Shopping Centre, where I worked closely with Councillor James Mackay and Peter Maddock. I'm grateful for their trust in and support of me and their belief that I have done what it takes to represent the community. I've been inspired by the work they have done as we collaborated in many community projects to help locals. My proudest career achievements are winning the McDonald's President's Award, given to the top 1% of the company globally for outstanding achievement. Establishing a community crochet group at Redbank Plaza who have met weekly since 2021, making a 3-metre tall community Christmas tree and donating hundreds of blankets to vulnerable people across southeast Queensland. And lastly, creating the Heart Gallery project at Toowong Village this year. Huge heart sculptures painted by local artists with auction funds raised then gifted to local charities. Paddington Ward is a unique part of Brisbane. It is historic, vibrant, eclectic, unique and full of beauty. And I'm also very proud that many of Brisbane's icons are located in my ward. The spectacular jacarandas that cover our hills during exams in each October. The long brown snake that stretches along Coronation Drive where Dad used to take me fishing for catfish that we always threw back. Suncorp Stadium and the Forex Brewery. Howell Street, where the underground nightclub originally stood under the Spaghetti Boot Factory, now home to the ICB. Park Road with its Eiffel Tower, Ithaca Iceworks and the old Ithaca Fire Station. Broncos League Club, home to our mighty Broncos. Historic state schools built in the 1800s such as Milton and Ithaca. The Paddo, Cafe Neon, Caxton Street and the Normanby. Magical city views from Latrobe, Enoggera and Birdwood Terraces. Moreton Bay Figs along Kelvin Grove Road and the beautiful Victoria Park, which will soon be a new age city icon to the world. Fantastic weekend markets at Milton, Kelvin Grove and Barden. The historic Toowong Cemetery and Queensland's Government House. And sadly, the floods that have hit our community, but our resilient residents have rebuilt each time and still plan to call it home. Our community's strength lies in the active participation of its locals. As a local mum, I volunteered for school P&Cs and community sporting groups and have always been actively involved in their fundraising and events. I've always had a strong sense of community and giving back. Everything I do is about helping people and making our community a better place. Being the councillor for Paddington Ward now gives me that opportunity to do even more for our community and our city, and I'm grateful to be part of Team Schrinner and the Brisbane City Council. I will seize this opportunity and grab it with both hands. It has been said by many wise people, be the change you want to be, and I intend to do just that. I firmly believe in the values of family and the reward that comes from hard work and effort. I believe in stable systems of government and predictability for small business. With fresh ideas, hard work and energy, I'm committed to upholding these values and ensuring that our community thrives. I'll use my skills to help local business prosper by supporting them and encouraging local festivals and events, provide families with great parks and facilities, work with our local police to help keep our community safe, support local schools, sports and community groups, and support all members of our community to enjoy our city and foster an inclusive society. I want to thank my family and friends for their love and support. Adrian, Poppy, Aspen, Laura, Mum, Dad, who will be ridiculously proud of me. Thank you to Peter Maddock, James Mackay, Patrice, Sharon, Amy, Ben, Michael, Sarah, and so many people who have believed in me. Sorry. I also would like to thank our Lord Mayor, my fellow councillors and our party who have been so welcoming and supportive. Thank you everyone for your unwavering support and encouragement. I once again extend my heartfelt thanks for entrusting me with this important responsibility. I look forward to contributing my very best to Paddington Ward and to Brisbane and continuing to learn and grow. Together we will continue to build communities and a city we can all be proud of, making a difference to the place my family calls home. Thank you.
Councillor Jenkinson, welcome. Councillors, is there any other further general business? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak about a couple of events that's happened since we've last met here in this place. And I suppose the one that pops out to me is of course, we just celebrated NAIDOC week, or in some cases this NAIDOC fortnight, because there's been so many of the celebrations going on right across Brisbane, and I'm sure most of us have had a celebration or two in your wards as well. Of course, the theme for this year was for our elders, which was it was probably one of the best themes I think they've come up with in my years, because really, when it comes to the Indigenous community, in my area at least, the elders are supreme. They really have the community at heart, and not just the Indigenous community, but the whole community. They work with other community groups and cultures as well, and of course, it's reciprocated as well. This year was the first year. Well, it was supposed to be a one-off elders dinner, actually, at the Bluefish Fishing Club. Huge turnout, but it was such a great turnout, and they had such a great time, they've decided to have it every year now, even though it was supposed to be a one-off. I mean, there was a celebration, of course, here in King George Square as well, which was, again, a good turnout, and it's always great to be able to catch up with some of those elders from some of those other areas of Brisbane that you don't get to see through the year. Another event that took place at the Bluefish Fishing Club as well was a remembrance afternoon for one of our most beloved Inala Lions, Margaret Tutton, who passed away recently. And it was a family put together function. Oh, it was done so well. There were so many speakers that spoke so lovingly of Margaret. She was a member of the local Lions Club for some time, plus one of her sons as well, and did some tremendous work on behalf of the Inala community and surrounds for many, many years, and she will be sorely missed. And she was really active right up to the time of her passing, virtually. So she was again celebrated by the community, and she'll be greatly missed. one of the other events it held, which we've all sort of held senior tea, senior morning teas and things like that over the years. But Milton Dick, the Speaker of Parliament, the member for Oxley, put together a senior morning tea with a difference. And it was all based on trying to impart information to the seniors within our community in regards to all sorts of issues, right? And they had some great speakers. It was over a period of about 3 hours, actually. It was again, the Bluefin Fishing Club was packed. The dining area or function area was absolutely packed. And this was the first time that we actually had held one of these, or he had held one of those on behalf of the community himself. Other groups have taken this work on as well over the years, but it was a huge turnout, and there was some really great knowledge imparted. Of course, he's really focusing on the scams, those god-awful things that affect a lot of our seniors nowadays, and they lose hundreds and sometimes thousands and tens of thousands of dollars out of their bank accounts for being too trusting, I suppose. So there was a number of speakers that were covering those sort of scams. But it wasn't only that. We had people there from Centrelink and some of the other agencies as well that were imparting that information, which sometimes is a bit hard to deem from an office and or over a phone, if you can get through sometimes. Anyways, it was very well attended, and and it looks like we're probably going to do that every year as well. I was able to actually address the assembled seniors in regards to what Brisbane City Council does for seniors as well, so as well as the state government. Unfortunately, our Premier wasn't able to be there. She was over in Singapore on a trade delegation doing some very important work for our state. So she couldn't be there, but she was very disappointed that she wasn't able to attend. So, but plenty of information in regards to what state government does for seniors was available as well. So with those words, I'll finish off there. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise tonight to speak on a very important person in our city, Mr. Anton Swan, OAM. Anton has been the Honorary Consul for Sri Lanka here in Brisbane for 33 years, and I would like tonight to put on the public record our thanks for his tireless work and dedication over those many years. He has done an extraordinary job, and he doesn't just focus on helping the Sri Lankan community, but all multicultural groups and the wider Brisbane community, and has done so for over those years. So Anton was recognised on Australia Day 2021 and received his Order of Australia Medal, and that was for service predominantly to the Sri Lankan community for assisting new migrants to feel that there is a community that feels like home for them here in our city of Brisbane. After migrating to Australia in 1970, Anton worked 4 jobs to provide, for his family, but also that he was very focused on that reward for effort, and he was never shy in doing the hard work. Through a desire to connect with other Sri Lankans who shared his passion for family, reward for effort, developing small and family businesses, he has helped many, many Sri Lankan migrants to thrive here in our city of Brisbane, as well as many others. Anton became president of the Sri Lankan Society of Queensland in the late 1980s. He has been the patron of various Sri Lankan associations, coordinated the Sri Lankan Pavilion at World Expo 88, and has been a Justice of the Peace for many decades, and is also one of the longest serving honorary consuls in our Brisbane Consular Corps. And when he received his OAM, and this speaks quite a lot to the type of man Anton is, he made the comment, "I don't do what I do for awards or accolades. This award goes to all of us community members." So he's forever embracing all of those people around him that work with him in a voluntary capacity as part of community organisations, and that is testament to how humble and dignified a man he is. And for those of you who love your cricket, Anton is an absolute cricket tragic, and we know that through the Sri Lankan cricket competition every year. He has also been heavily involved in fundraising to support our wider Brisbane community during the 2011 floods, Cyclone Yasi, and has also dropped food out to emergency relief workers during those events. During the time of the Sri Lankan Easter massacre, Anton was the go-to person here in Brisbane for many Sri Lankan families, and I know he was working through the night and liaising with so many people who were having difficulties getting in contact with their loved ones over in Sri Lanka. And I just want to say that I know how hard he worked and how much of a rock he is for the community here in Brisbane. I would just also like to extend a very special thank you to Anton's wife, Bronwyn, because without Bronwyn's support and their family's support, Anton wouldn't have been able to serve our community and the Sri Lankan community here in Brisbane with the effort and an absolute dedication that he has. So it's definitely been a team effort. I value the friendship that I've had with Anton and Bronwyn for many, many years now, and I truly, on behalf of our city, say a very big thank you for your service, and we wish you well in your retirement.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Owen. Further general business? Councillor Whitney, are you... You're right, all right. It's all good. It's all good. We'll move now to the motions from the earlier part of the meeting. Councillor Johnson, do you have a point of order, or...?
No.
No? Okay,
I'm not
sorry.
being called.
We will actually deal with the motions one at a time. So, Councillor Johnson, we'll deal with yours first, and then we'll move to Councillor Griffiths, if that's okay. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you so much. I rise to speak on the motion regarding a speed reduction on Venner Road, Annalee.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I'm conscious that the time is now 6 o'clock, and I don't think there's many of us in this place that want to go to dinner on this first night. So under section 42(2)(b) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I move a procedural motion that the debate on this motion before us is now deferred until next week's meeting, when we usually deal with notified motions to be debated.
Do you have a seconder?
Seconded.
Seconded. So we have a motion before us to adjourn this motion until next week's meeting under 42(2)(b)(3). All those in favour say aye.
On point of order,
those against say no.
42(2)(b).
The ayes have it. Oh, sorry, Councillor Johnson, your point of order.
That debate on the motion and the amendment.
No point of order. Councillor Griffiths, your motion, please.
You people are pathetic.
Councillor Johnson, that's
absolutely pathetic.
Councillor Johnson, please, that is inappropriate, and please
no, what is
return to your
inappropriate
seat.
is that koalas are more important than people in this place. That's clearly
Councillor
the
Mackay,
message that you're
just
giving.
one moment, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Mackay, I'm chairing the meeting, right?
Christy gets what she wants. She gets her koalas, she gets her 60, she gets a photo op.
Councillor Johnson, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request that you cease your conduct in this place. Councillor Griffiths, your motion, please.
Yes, my motion is the Brisbane City Council constructs koala and fauna fencing to the stretch of Boundary Road, Camp Hill, that adjoins Whites Hill Reserve this financial year to reduce wildlife deaths along the stretch of road.
Seconded.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Griffiths to the motion. It's already been, we're up to where you speak.
Okay, great, we're up to where I speak. We're going to halt and do this motion. Okay, that's great. Let's start with this motion. The idea of this motion came...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
As it is now approaching dinner time, where we usually adjourn for an hour, I move under section 42(2)(b) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that the procedural motion, this debate now be deferred until next week's meeting, when we usually deal with notified motions for debate.
Seconded.
Thank you. We have a motion before us to adjourn Councillor Griffith's motion until next week's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Councillors, I declare the meeting closed.